First of all, I think perhaps we should just have a brief look at the program. And this is essentially the same time frame that you worked with last year, and I've put in the topics that I would like to cover. We've already mentioned, or Wayne mentioned in our gathering ceremony, that we will weave the Eucharist through our time together, so that in a sense these are, if you like, Eucharistic days. The whole notion of Eucharist is thanksgiving. It recalls, it puts us in mind of the Paschal mystery, the saving death and resurrection of Jesus. And by beginning with the prayer, and I believe it's Maximilian Kolbe's feast day on Friday, and named after your school, Caroline. So lovely. Very good, very good. I actually went to Auschwitz in 1995. It's an awful experience you all should have. I know it's written into the curriculum in Polish schools. Every school child must go to Auschwitz. They will show you there where Maximilian Kolbe was imprisoned, in that little dungeon downstairs, and a candle burns there constantly. But what amazed me, have you been there? The Nazis actually drew up a death certificate for Maximilian. Typed it all up, but how he died, and fennel injection, and it really turns you inside out and upside down going there. But it's as well that we never forget that. And Maximilian is a reminder, and a reminder of not only of those Catholics who laid down their life for their faith, and he was certainly a generous man, but all those people in our world today who are oppressed, who have no chance to blossom in their humanity as you and I do have, and it's good for us to remember those. All right, looking at the program here, we'll weave the Eucharist in, for example, in session 3 tomorrow, we'll have the first readings, which is a reading from Joshua and the Psalm, and I will ask various people to do these readings. The idea being that we'll pick up on the Word as it's broken open for us, and it'll become part of our experience together, and a more meditative reception of the Word can happen. At the ending of session 4, which is, I'll talk about that when we get to it, but there'll be no input there. That'll be a time when we'll do a little bit of quiet time together, but you'll be on your own to do some reflecting and thinking and praying. And at the end of that, we'll proclaim the gospel. And I'm going to specifically ask one of the women in our midst to proclaim the gospel, and we will use the ritual, which is an ancient one in the life of the church, where the proclaimer of the gospel greets the assembly and says, "The Lord be with you," and the assembly responds as you would expect, and also with you. And then the next part of that ritual, if you remember it, the proclaimer looks to the text. This is a reading from the Gospel according to Matthew. To whom did the assembly then speak? Glory to you, Lord. It's an acclamation of the risen Lord in our midst. The gospel is then proclaimed, and at the end of the gospel, the proclaimer says, "The gospel of the Lord." And the assembly cries out, "Praise to you, Lord Jesus Christ." The focus is on the presence of the risen Lord. And for the fathers of the church in the 3rd and 4th century, proclaiming the word, they even used the expression, another incarnation. God is born again, enfleshed in this community. So let us bear that in mind when we proclaim the gospel. And come the final session, session 7, that session 7 will have a brief few moments of silence. We'll pause there, and we'll flow then into the breaking of the bread and the sharing of the cup, but not before we've had the offertory. And the offertory will consist, I will invite you each to go to the symbols and take a description of a symbol that is not yours from one of the other communities. Take it back and just sit with it for a moment and meditate on that and offer that to the Lord with the bread and the wine. Then we break the bread and share the cup, and I would like it to happen amidst the glasses and the papers and the minty papers and what have you, quite deliberately. Sometimes we try to sanitize religion. That somehow or other you've got to be perfect, you've got to be free of sin before you can receive the Eucharist. Well, let me say to you gathered here, don't bother if you're free of sin. The Eucharist is for the sinful and the broken. If you're not sinful and broken, don't bother about the Eucharist. I only want to see breaking the bread and sharing the cup and reaching out for the bread of life those who know they need it. And in fact, there's something quite beautiful about that experience of receiving communion. My father has a disease called Dupuytren's contracture, and up until recently it was known pretty much demographically to be a Nordic, Scandinavian phenomenon. And when the specialist told my father that, he said, "But I'm Irish." And the specialist said, "Yeah, but they went across there and they raped and pillaged their way through Ireland, those Scandinavians." So it's the Nordic blood in you that's given you. And if you ever see people, the fingers close up, the ligaments shrink. And it happens to the feet too. Now, my father has had 6 major operations on his hands, and he's had those 2 fingers amputated. And his hands are actually quite ugly. There's nothing quite so beautiful to see him reach out for the bread of life with those gnarled and twisted hands. This is, I think, profoundly symbolic in terms of what we celebrate in the Eucharist. So let it emerge and become the climax of our time together, the source and summit of our little community here. The penitential rite we will have at the end of session 5, which is tomorrow afternoon. We'll have a brief reflection and then a ritual washing of hands. Each of us will wash another's hand. We'll sit down in silence and listen a little bit to a reflection. In the presentations, I will give some input, and I will have time for you to speak and ask questions, think, reflect. And I'd like the whole time to be reflective for you. I would assume that you don't get a lot of time to just sit and be still and be reflective and be quiet. And I think you should make that your top priority this couple of days together. The first 3 principles of the spiritual life are these. The first one is listen. The second one is keep on listening. And the third one is never stop listening. Which brings me to this little book. I have a version of it that's probably a year or 2 ahead of that one. That's a slightly later version, so the page numbers might be a bit different. I first discovered this in 1979. The book arose out of a questioning by a whole lot of psychologists, including Carl Rogers, but particularly this man Eugene Gendlin, who's a very old man now, I think. We're asking the question, why is it that so many people go into therapy and come out worse than they went in? Second question, why is it that so many people go into therapy and come out the same as they went in, unchanged? But the more important question is, why do some go into therapy and come out changed, even transformed? What happens with them? Gendlin believes he describes the essential process if we are to come to terms with and grow out of our emotional conflicts and stop living as if they were driving us. There's great freedom in listening to what's going on and submitting to the natural healing processes that your being has. If I cut my hand and I put stitches in it, I put antibiotics on it, what have you, the stitches and the antibiotics facilitate the healing. They don't do the healing. My body heals itself with the assistance of the stitches and the antibiotics. But your body has a natural healing capacity. So does your psyche. So does your soul. The listening process, and that's basically what the gentleman is describing here under the heading of focusing. The listening process is about facilitating the deeper reaches of your being in sorting out what needs to be sorted out. I have found this immensely practical and effective as a basis for prayer, as a basis for reading the sacred scriptures, as a basis for counselling. I would never go into a counselling relationship with anyone if they didn't know this material. Believe you me, you will save yourself a lot of fruitless hours if you can teach someone who needs help how to focus, how to do a very simple listening process. In our culture, we don't know how to do it. I don't know what your experience of schooling was, and I dare say it's changed dramatically and radically over the last 20 or 30 years. But my tradition of schooling, right through the seminary, it was above the tonsils. Paid no attention to what was going on in my stomach or my heart. It was utterly rational. We live in a culture that is, I think, obsessively rational, pathologically rational, irrationally rational. And of course there's a whole lot in the knowing and thinking faculty of the person that is not rational, that is transrational. The way the poet knows and thinks, for example. The way you know someone you love. The way you communicate with people about whom you care. Yes, I'm not promoting some kind of backlash against rationality, but I would be promoting a backlash against rationalism. You know a lot more than you know you know. That's what we want to tap into here. There are two essential features of, well, let me just refer you to an example. Now, in my book, the example is headed The Story of a Trivial Problem and starts on page 45. I think it may start on page 51 in your book, but I'm not sure of that. It's a story of two people, Peggy and John. Trivial problem. 51. Okay. So I'll leave you to read that later, but let me give you the bare bones of that because it introduces focusing very, very well. Peggy and John have a 5-year-old son. Peggy is a part-time school teacher, and they've made an agreement that she will be part-time so that she can take care of the child. John has got a career in the bank and he's working for it. Now, John comes home one evening, he's elated. The local manager says, "We're opening a new branch, we're expanding, and you're it. We're going to promote you." This has potentially great benefit for them as a family in terms of his career, in terms of their financial situation, etc. In the exuberance and the excitement that follows, his elbow catches a plate on the table and knocks it off and breaks it. And it's part of the best china. Peggy is furious. She flies into a rage and storms out of the room, and I'm not going to cook tea and dinner, and she goes to the bedroom. Now you'd say, hello, get a grip on yourself, lady, you know, you're an adult, aren't you? But something's going on here. And clearly, at first glance, there's more than a china plate involved. And Peggy realizes this, and she starts to go through the focusing process, which is a series of open questions and inner listening and allowing what's in here to speak. If we freeze frame right there, and you come into the house at this point, and you say, "Peggy, come down here. This is stupid, isn't it?" And she says, "Yeah, of course it's stupid. You know, I've no right to be so upset. You know, let's cook a bowl of pasta and get a bottle of wine out and we'll enjoy ourselves. What happens? The issue is not dealt with. They think the issue is a broken piece of china. The stuff goes in the knapsack then, and it's brought out 1 month, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years later, and it accumulates a whole lot of other issues sitting there in the knapsack. Peggy goes to, what's going on? She sits on the bed, she relaxes. What's happening? You know, what are the things that are pressing on me at the moment? She says, well, you know, I've got all these issues with the school, I've got papers to mark, I'm feeling tired. Our son came home early, he was sitting on the front doorstep, etc., etc. But that's not it. And she starts by asking open questions. She's allowing what's in there to reveal itself. And she enters into a dialogue where she's hearing things like, you know, it's okay for him. You know, I'm feeling pretty annoyed about, you know, I'd like to be getting on with my career too. I'm feeling left out. When she puts those words, I feel left out, I feel left behind, that's it. That's what's really getting under my skin at the moment. Now, you might say, well, that's trivial stuff. It is trivial stuff, but conflicts and broken relationships are made up of trivial stuff for the most part, an accumulation of trivial stuff. When you come to that aha moment, even though it might be embarrassing, it's liberating. Peggy's in a position now where she can go downstairs and say, John, I'm sorry. She actually feels sorry. It's not the broken china. She actually feels and knows it's not the broken china. John, you know, this is dumb, but I feel left behind. You know, it's okay for you. And if he's got half a brain, he's not going to say, well, gee whiz, I'm only getting this because I'm working hard. You know, who does he tell? You accept it. Say, yeah, look, I know. Let's see what we can work out. But now, can we have a bowl of pasta and a bottle of wine and enjoy the evening? Yeah, let's do it. And they do it on the basis of what is real. They've connected at a new depth. If you'd gone back to that moment where they had gritted their teeth, both had said, okay, you know, dumb, broken china, not worth crying about, let's have the pasta and enjoy it. They would have connected on the basis of fiction, and it wouldn't hold. Now their relationship has grown through the conflict. They're more able to talk with one another at depth. They are in a position now to proceed to deal with issues more effectively. There are two particular dynamics that are important in this. One is the art of asking open questions. The other is the felt sense. Let me just talk about the felt sense for a moment. Have you ever had the experience of going into a room, say, and when you're in the room you say, this is a wonderful space, this feels good. Or else, I don't like it in here, I don't know what it is, but it's, and you look around for the reasons why you think it's not a good space. Or you meet somebody, some kid is in trouble and talking to you, and you say, I don't think that, there's something missing here, there's something wrong. Again, you know a lot more than you know. And getting in touch with what you know but you don't yet know that you know is the key to focusing. You have the ability as a human being, as a bodily being, to receive, if you like, compute a whole lot of messages. And they're computed in a felt sense, a gut sense, horse sense, if you like. Focusing is about dialoguing with the felt sense. The open questions is the technique. Now, for people who are highly schooled in our schooling system, asking open questions is a bit of a challenge, because in our system you ask questions to find answers. And the point of an open question is you let it hang. Ask it with your head and listen in your tummy. Or ask it with your head and go in there and wait. See if you could feel the difference between these two types of questions. Supposing you're feeling upset about something, and I say to you, why are you upset? That's one question. The other question I say to you, what's it like? Why are you upset? What's it like? What metaphor might you use if I say, where does the why question take you? Yeah, but first, your first port of call physiologically. Your head. And it's stupid. Because your head doesn't know everything that's going on in your tummy. Your head knows something, and to assume that your head knows everything is quite stupid, actually. Quite irrational. But that's how we operate. Now, why are you upset? Oh, well, get on with it, or go and do this, solve the problem. What's it like? Where does that take you? Down here. It doesn't give you an answer. The why gives you an answer. And answers promise control. And we are control freaks. We're obsessed about being in control. We must have answers. It's a bit threatening. It's a bit unnerving to sit with an unanswered question, waiting for the felt sense to reveal itself. What's it like? And if you say that to somebody, if you say to a kid that's upset, what's it like? Invariably they'll look away from you and sort of into the middle distance and try and go there. But if you say to them, why are you crying? Well, I'll tell you straight away why they're crying. They've got the answer. But it's that kind of question that takes you to where you sit and you wait and you listen. I'd like to do a little focusing exercise with you now, just to give you a centering. So if you take up a more or less comfortable position, we'll take about 15 minutes. I will take you through a series of open questions, and at the end of the questioning, I will end with that phrase which we had in the prayer from Psalm 46 verse 10, be still and know that I am God. And I'd like you just to sit with that. So, okay, the first open question is, how are you? Don't answer it. Don't analyse, just let the felt sense emerge. How are you at the moment? Listen. The second open question, what matters press for attention in your life at the moment? Just let them come. Stack them as you would furniture in an attic. Just this one needs attention, that one. Get the sense of each one. Be non-judgmental. The third open question, which one of these most presses for attention? And don't let your mind intrude and say, well, the most important one is, just listen to the felt sense. Which one is clamouring for your attention? Let the others go. Just get the whole sense of that one in a non-judgmental, listening sort of way. What's it like? The fourth open question, where in your body does it make itself most felt? And what's that like? Listen, let it speak to you. Don't tell it. Try on words, but don't force fit. Next open question, what feelings are associated with this felt sense? Again, listen. Try on some names. Let the felt sense reveal itself. What feeling? What ways of thinking are part of this? Does it put you in mind of any other event or time or occasion? Has this felt sense been there before? See if you can help the felt sense reveal itself with an incomplete sentence. It's like, tentatively try on some completions of that sentence. It feels like, it reminds me, it's as if quietly bring all these matters and your whole being to the presence of God. Hear the psalmist say to your heart, be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am. Be still and know. Be still. Be. All right, let's leave it there. We'll do one or two more of those focusing exercises when we're together. I should have said if you fall asleep, I gathered you would have come in fairly tired. I'm not going to be surprised if somebody dozes off. If you're that relaxed, it's a compliment. About 10 years ago, I spent a brief time in the Solomon Islands giving retreats. And it was the time that the so-called troubles were happening. If any of you know anything in the Solomon Islands, very, very sad. The people in Guadalcanal and the people on Maleta, different cultural groups. People on Maleta are patrilinear. The land is passed down through the males in the clan. The people in Guadalcanal are matrilinear. The land is passed down through the females. The people on Maleta are go-getters, very achievement-oriented, somewhat aggressive. People in Guadalcanal are much more passive, much more gentle. But like a lot of passive people, you can push them, and they let themselves get pushed until they explode. And that's basically what happened. The Maleta people over generations have come over and intermarried and acquired land and positions in government, and the Guales got very resentful. But it was a time of great conflict, and people would disappear, people were being kidnapped, people were being murdered, and so forth. And up the northwestern end of the island of Guadalcanal, at a little place called Visale, is the headquarters of a local group of sisters, the Daughters of Mary Immaculate. And one of those young sisters had come from Visale into Honiara, and if there were no coconut palms chopped down over the road, and if the bridges were all intact, etc., 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 and if there were no roadblocks, it would take, I don't know, 40 minutes or something, 45 minutes to drive that. But with all those obstacles, it took a couple of hours. I went up there one day, and we actually, this is beside the point of the story, but it helps to create the ambience, as it were. I went with one of our fellows, a Dutchman, and we were pulled up by one of the Guales who had a gun made of plumbing pipe, and he had a grass skirt on, and he stuck the plumbing pipe through the window. I'm not sure what's going to happen if he pulls the trigger on this damn thing. Anyway, we got through and it was okay. But this nun who'd gone from Visale to Guadalcanal and been in Honiara and been seen in Honiara got back on the bus but didn't make it back to Visale. And everybody was deeply worried about her well-being. And they thought maybe she's been kidnapped, maybe she's been murdered. They don't know. Now let me say at this point, despite what it seems, this story is not about this nun or the nuns. This story is about me, and it's about you. I say that before I tell the rest of the story, so you won't think I'm in any way poking fun at these people. Because she hadn't turned up, the sisters back at the head house got very, very worried. Now, did they organise a prayer novena, a vigil? Did they say the rosary in the chapel? Did they get Father to say Mass? What was their spiritual religious response? The spiritual religious response, in fact their major response, was to go and get a white pig and ritually slaughter it and offer it to the spirits. These are Catholic nuns, second generation Catholics. We found something similar in Fiji. People who had been, as it were, Catholics seemingly to their bone for many years. When the coup happened, it was tribal loyalties that dominated. My point is this, again, it's not those people that I'm wanting you to think about. I'm wanting you to think about yourselves. The question came to me was this: how deep does the gospel go in any of it? It's easy to be Christ-like at a cocktail party. That is, until somebody treads on your toe, or somebody says something abusive, somebody steals something, and you get pushed to another level. And then when you get really pushed, who knows where the violent reaction resides in any of us? Who knows where the primitive irrational reaction that's got nothing to do with the gospel resides? What I'd like you to think about is that question: how deep does the gospel go in you? And when you're doing an exercise like this, I think you become conscious of the hidden and unknown depth of what it means to be a human being, and that's what has to be evangelized. We have to be evangelized to the depths of our being. Evangelization is not a matter of knowing dogmatic propositions, moral injunctions, canon laws, customs, liturgical rituals. They're all important. They're essential to the whole Catholic culture as we know it. But you can know all that and be a bad person, not be a gospel person. Letting the gospel transform me in the depths of my being, where my spirit and the Holy Spirit bear united witness that I am a child of God, that's the key. I would suggest that is the key of all evangelization and catechesis and preaching. To, as it were, get beyond the superficialities. The superficialities are actually rather easy. It's those depth dimensions. My own approach to spirituality is this: if If I'm going to make a claim for spirituality and or religion, the question I ask myself is, what is the human ground? If I want to talk about prayer, I will bracket prayer as a spiritual religious phenomenon and look at the human person and ask the question, what is it in my human experience, in our human experience, that asks for something we describe as prayer? In what sense can this phenomenon we call prayer actually enhance my humanity, express my being human? My education process in the seminary, I think, didn't pay any attention whatsoever to my human experience. It worked the opposite direction. Instead of saying, Michael, what's going on with you? And incidentally, that's the most practical question anyone can ask any time. What's happening? What's actually going on here? You see it with good parenting. Good parents instinctively ask that question. What's going on here? You don't want to just be given a story about what you want to know. What's happening? And allowing the gospel to get to the very depths of one's being requires us to address that issue. What's actually happening? Not the games I'm playing, not the articulate answers I can give, not the protestations of loyalty, but what's actually going on? The whole Catholic educational process that I experienced in the seminary focused very much on dogmatic propositions, moral injunctions, canon laws and rituals and rubrics. And nobody ever asked, well, why are you here? It was assumed that you were here for holy reasons. What motivates you? What's going on? Are there conflicts in you? Etc. I think these are important issues. The whole sexual abuse phenomenon that's done such terrible damage to the church and to people's trust in religion and trust in institutions. I think sexuality is something that no culture handles perfectly. Look at any culture, any society in history, and there's always dark areas in it. And the church is no exception. But I would maintain that the way we educated the clergy and religious contributed to that. There's two of my own confreres are current, well, one's just out of jail and the other is still in jail. It's terribly tragic for the victims, for them, for the church. Nobody's a winner in any of this. Much better to face the truth, deal with issues, and say to somebody, you don't belong here. You'd be better off going somewhere else. So I'm going to, in our sessions together, home in on the human ground all the time. If you will, look at a number of particular topics and start there, human experience. If we can't find the ground of it in human experience, we don't bother. To simply put some kind of religious facade over something so that we, as it were, wear it like some kind of a shirt is not what religion is about. Two ways in which, I don't know, I've never talked to him about it, but I don't think it puts me at odds with the Orthodox tradition. If you go to the Catechism of the Council of Trent, it's very interesting. I can't give you the exact number, but one of the numbers says, in that awful way they used to write in those times, anybody who says that reception of Holy Communion is not unto the forgiveness of sins, anathema sit. Put it around in a more digestible language. The reception of communion is the forgiveness of sins. That's the Council of Trent. That in receiving communion our sins are forgiven. Now it goes on to say, however, if you're in mortal sin, you need to go to confession. I don't know about you, but I think it's pretty hard to commit a mortal sin. Pretty hard. So, generally speaking, we ought to view there was a mindset developed coming into the 20th century that, we'll go right back to the 13th century. In the first millennium, both the gospel and the Eucharist were sort of in tandem in the liturgy. And in the early church, the gospel would be enthroned and regarded as the presence of the risen Lord in the assembly, and say at a bishop's synod or something like that. In the early 13th century, there was this growing sense of the need to look at the Eucharist and honour the Eucharist as God in our midst. And the focus shifted from the Word. There were people who had visions of God in the Eucharist and so forth. And the focus shifted from the Word to the Eucharist. And the Eucharist became an object of adoration. And at this time you get the development of benediction. And the word monstrance comes from the Latin word monstrare, to show. Villages would have competitions. They'd have these big floats, and the monstrance would be there carrying the Blessed Sacrament and so forth. And a lot of that came through into the 20th century, and people stopped going to communion because it was too momentous a thing to go and receive God. Remember how the priest used to have to hold his thumb and index finger because, in effect, only the priest could handle the Eucharist because it was so sacred. And I'm not suggesting the Eucharist is not sacred, but there was something overdone about this. And the adoration of the Eucharist, I don't have any problem sitting before the Blessed Sacrament and adoring God present in the Blessed Sacrament. But it shifted the focus from an event, a communal event, celebrating the paschal mystery, Jesus' saving death and resurrection, in which reconciliation happened. This is the source and summit of the community life. There's the words of the Second Vatican Council. Pope Pius X, at the beginning of the 20th century, had to encourage Catholics to go to communion, and they introduced the whole notion then of encouraging people to go to confession so that they feel free to go to communion. And so it got this connection between, before I can go to communion, I must go to confession and be absolutely free of sin. I just don't buy that as sound theology. And I think the best of our tradition says, well, this is an event, this is the paschal mystery happening in this assembly today. The healing of the world is happening now, and the healing of me is happening now, and I participate fully in it, seeking that healing. Does that make sense to you? Now, your original question was, am I at odds with the Cardinal? In some issues I am, to be perfectly frank with you. But we get along fine. I saw him on Saturday and we greeted each other with the utmost cordiality. Yes. But Jesus has asked us to pray daily, thy kingdom come. Now I would see part of that is thy kingdom come in my heart. And that means a transformation of my being, that I become, I am a becoming. I'm not a became, I'm a becoming. And the transformation of my life is something that will go on and on. My life is a journey. There's actually so many strings attached to this, and let me invite you to follow one of those strings. And I'll put it by way of a question. Do you think God loves a Pol Pot or a Adolf Hitler less than God loves, say, a newborn infant? Put it another way, a bit closer to home. Is there anything that you or I can do will make God love us more or less? Do you think God will love you less if you sin? Look, God is love, and God cannot be diminished. God will love you no matter what. The question is, are you open to God's love? Are you willing to receive God's love? And that's the nub of our tradition. That's the nub of the sacred scriptures. What is on offer is infinite, unconditional love. Are you willing to make yourself available to receive it? Are you willing to turn up to the feast? Now, the moralistic mindset, and there's been a lot of moralism in Catholic teaching, and moralism should not be confused with morality. Moralism is the enemy of morality. And briefly, moralism reduces the gospel to a set of rules and reduces Jesus to an example. And in effect says, as George Maloney, the Jesuit writer, put it rather mischievously, see Jesus run like Jesus. And there was something of that about it. Jesus was a loving human being. Now you go out there and love people like Jesus did. Am I suggesting that we shouldn't see Jesus as an example? No, Jesus is the best example that we've got. But don't reduce the gospel to that. The gospel, the good news, is that God is enfleshed in Jesus of Nazareth, and God's love, because of Jesus of Nazareth, his life, death and resurrection, is available to all of creation, including you and me. And receiving that love is the essence of it. And if you receive that love, and if you know that love, and if you know that you are loved, what are you going to do? Go out and hate people? Go out and be resentful? Go out and be nice? Of course you're not. The moralistic mindset, when it hears someone say, God will love you whether you're good or bad, the moralistic mindset will say, well, why be good? There was something in that moralistic mindset that set up a very simplistic equation that went something like this. If I behave myself, and let me remind you how much cultural, historical agenda there is in that behave yourself. If I behave myself, God will love me and God will reward me with heaven. But if I don't behave myself, God will not love me and I will go to hell. Now, I'm being a little bit cardboard cutout-ish here, but it's sort of in the direction in which a lot of simplistic, moralistic thinking went. So getting back to the question, why be good? Well, certainly the motivation to be good is not that God will love me. God will love you anyway. Let's get that out of the question. You are loved infinitely and unconditionally and always will be. The motivation for being moral is that that's how you will thrive. Human beings do not thrive on hatred and on lying and on resentment and on lack of forgiveness and on nastiness. Human beings wilt and are destroyed in such an environment. Tragically, we see too much of it. Human beings thrive when they are loved. The most fundamental desire of the human heart is to love and be loved. And we thrive when we are loved, and we are enabled to love. And when we know compassion, and we know care, and we know honesty, and we know forgiveness, and we know patience, and we know goodness and truth, etc., etc., etc. So the reason to be moral is this is how we will thrive, and this is how community will thrive. The second reason, this may even be more powerful, the two go hand in hand, I think. The second reason is that the more I identify myself with the good and the true and the beautiful and the one, the more I am reconciling and compassionate and caring, genuinely so, not just willfully so, but genuinely manifesting those things, the more I am able to know and feel how much God loves me, how much God's love is abroad in the world, how much love there is out there in people's hearts, even people who've been destroyed. It's in the heart of every single person, God's love. Our job is to awaken to it in ourselves and awaken others to it. And the best way to awaken somebody else to the love of God is to be awakened to it yourself. Passing on the faith is not simply about passing on propositions or laws or injunctions or behaviour patterns. It is that, but it's not simply that. It's not basically that. The most basic thing about passing on the faith is to know that you are loved, and loved infinitely. And no matter what you do, God will never forsake you. Look at the parables that Jesus told. How often there were parables of someone getting lost. Have you ever thought how stupid it is for a shepherd who's got 99 sheep, leaves those, and goes up to look for the clown that's gotten lost in the desert? Well, the wolf's going to come and eat the 99, you say. Hey, parables don't invite logic. They invite a gut reaction. And the gut reaction focuses on the lost one. God thinks so much of those that don't yet know how much they are loved that God will put everything at stake for that one. Or the woman who loses something loses a denarius or whatever it is, and then turns the house upside down, finds it, and then spends everything at a party. Doesn't make sense. God doesn't make sense. This is where our rationalism is so limited and so destructive. And a lot of our theology was rationalistic. It was about providing answers to those who opposed us. You know that I am the director of the Aquinas Academy in Sydney. The man who founded the Aquinas Academy in Sydney was a man by the name of Father Austin Woodbury. Father Woodbury he died in 1973, I think. Father Austin Woodbury was a genius, a very, very brilliant man. Deeply imbued with the spirit of St. Thomas Aquinas and the learning of the scholastic tradition. And he set up this school along the models of the medieval schools to teach theology and philosophy in Sydney. And 200-300 people would turn up to hear the doc talk about ontology or epistemology or political economy or amazing. This is the 1950s. And a little digression just to remind you of how times have changed. In 1948 in Sydney, there was a Monsignor Paddy Ryan who was well known, a bit like Dr. Rumble. You remember, does that name ring any bells? Dr. Rumble's radio replies. Dr. Rumble used to go on 2SM and answer all the bigots and what have you. And Paddy Ryan was in the similar style. And those were the times of argy-bargy religion and sort of whole-scale battles and arguments, and you sort of stand up, knock them down, drag them out sort of thing, and you made sure you won. And a lot of theology and philosophy was directed in that direction. It was apologetic. It wasn't about exploring the truth, it was about developing arguments to beat the enemy. But in 1948, a public debate was arranged, and it was to be held at the old stadium out at Rushcutters Bay. Now, the old stadium at Rushcutters Bay used to be the place where they'd have prize fights. Jimmy Carruthers fought there. They'd have pop concerts. The Everly Brothers were there and what have you. And it was just it was a big tin barn of a place. Since been pulled down. But this particular night, 30,000 people turned up to hear Paddy Ryan debate with a communist apparatchik whether the Queen was good for Australia or something. They actually, it was a bit mischievous because they did what John Howard did over the Republic debate. They rephrased the question so the communists couldn't win. And a lot of those people who turned up were, and my father told me this, were there to protect Paddy Ryan, and they were men who were his bodyguards in effect. There was the trams, traffic jammed. Now, can you imagine a public debate attracting 30,000 people today, especially Catholic versus it's a whole other world. But getting back to Doc Woodbury, and an amazing man, and his time, he founded the Academy in March 1945. His time roughly coincided with 1945 to 1965. What happened in 1965? The Second Vatican Council ended. And the 1960s, the Beatles, Cultural Revolution, Vietnam War, moratorium, the world changed, almost in a twinkling of an eye. There was a reporter from, I believe, the Financial Review, interviewing the doc one. He was called, affectionately known as the doc. Interviewing the doc one day, and the doc was giving him some pretty definite answers, as was the doc's wont. He knew the answers. And this interviewer said, how do you know you're right? And the doc said, son, he had an inimitable manner. Son, he said, I not only know I'm right, I know I can't be wrong. Now, I think the doc actually reflected something of a Catholic attitude. There's not a lot of humility in that. And I think it's possible, and I think it's needed for us as Catholics to be able to stand up in the market and place and say, I believe, but I don't understand. I'm happy to sit down and tell you what I do understand and explain it as well as I can, but what I believe is inexplicable, is beyond understanding. My conviction, my argument, if you want to put it that way, will come through who I am, my presence in the community, where I become a person who's evangelized to my bones and my very being radiates what I believe, so that my silence is convincing. The resurrection. Do I believe in the resurrection? I do. What happens after death? I haven't got a clue. I don't know. But I tell you what, if somebody else wants to argue with me, I'll say, well, what do you think happens after death? Oh, it's finished. That's a fairly common response. It's end. It's is it? You sure? Well, yeah. How do you know? With regard to death, we all, believers and non-believers alike, we all must make an act of faith. The non-believer must make an act of faith in nothing. That is, life comes to nothing. Life, this whole journey of living, is towards annihilation. How the hell they get up in the morning beggars belief. It's all coming to nothing. And that's got to have an effect on today. It's coming to nothing. Well, why do you go about, well, I do it for my family. I do it, but why do it for your family? Well, they'd suffer without it. But so, there's no logic in the... Now, this doesn't prove the resurrection, but it does give you some pause for thought. There is a human ground and a reasonable... It's not entirely unreasonable to believe in Passover of some kind, that life is a continuation, that death is a transition, not an end. The dying is...
It's sad if we're doing the right thing because we believe in the ending to the voice.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And so, what prompted that comment? Do you think I'm saying that?
No, but I think you're criticising.
Yep.
Possibly right. No, you're questioning people who don't have a faith and say, how do they get up?
Yeah.
And I think, what's all this for?
But they don't think.
Once we believe, well, I speak for myself. I don't know really what it's for either. I don't know what instilled in me as a human why, apart from the fact you said that the human race benefits immensely, we relive, by doing the right thing,
yeah.
The human race, we as humans benefit not just each other but ourselves as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know why we as humans feel it's so important to do the right thing, whether we believe or not. The old, from our 3 or 4 generations ago, that yes, you will be rewarded.
Yes.
Well, that seems to me logical. You do the right
Yes.
thing, you get judged, you go up, down, left,
yes.
right, whatever.
Yeah.
But for those of us who believe in afterlife now,
Yes.
have a lot of trouble logically thinking about that judgment day, what that means.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I would encourage you to keep being troubled by it. Let it exercise your mind. But let's go look a little bit more closely at that. Because I can't rationally articulate what happened, doesn't mean I don't at some level know. You can know that you love somebody. You can't rationally explain love or understand love, but you know when you love somebody, and you know when you are loved. But I do it because Well, there's a number of reasons. I can say I do it because Jesus, what I meet in the Gospels, Jesus calls for this, the Gospels calls for this. I look at myself when there's a sense of resonance with the Gospels and I like what I see. I look at myself when I'm in dissonance with the Gospels and I don't like what I see. I look at people who've lived in the manner and the spirit of Jesus and I like what I see. I look at people who live in an antithetical way to Jesus and I don't like what I see. So there's a sense of a movement towards what is in the Gospels called the kingdom, the reign of God, the reign of the truth, of the good, of the beautiful. I long for that. That's what I look forward to. And I can talk about that, but I can't explain it. I can't put it in like there's a place there where all this happens and this is what it looks like. But I think it's reasonable to talk about longing for the triumph of truth and goodness and beauty, and to believe that the incarnation, the presence of God in the world through Jesus Christ, has made the critical difference in the possibility of that triumph happening. The victory of love is found through the action of Jesus Christ, his life, death and resurrection. That's the essence of our faith. Now, where's it all headed? Can I explain what I'm going to look like, what the world's going to look like? I can't. In that sort of sense, no. But in a sense, I think you can still have an intelligent conversation about the teleology of life, the goal, the purposefulness of life, on the basis of the gospel. My point about saying that the teleology is just going nowhere, I don't think people actually think it through. People like Sartre did, and I give credit to John Paul Sartre, atheist as he was. He said, life's a useless passion. Get used to it. Now, I don't think your average person out there who would say death is the end would agree with Sartre. They wouldn't have thought it through. They wouldn't be critically thinking when they get up in the morning, what's the point of getting up in the morning? My point is, and I really don't like having arguments with people about this because it's not a territory that's likely to elicit too much rationality, actually. People there's not too many human beings can face the truth that they claim, namely that it's all about nothing. That's horrifying. I actually admire someone who can face that. And I think that there are good arguments for saying that there is, at a purely human level. Why I don't go with that is I think there are good arguments for the other, but more importantly, because I believe in Jesus Christ and the reality of his saving death and resurrection. That's it. And it's belief. It's the knowledge of belief, not the knowledge of scientific conclusion. Is that making sense to you? Whereas Doc Woodbury in his time, the 1940s and 1950s, was that sort of argy-bargy, we'll develop the arguments that defeat you. There's two things we need to do. One is we need to be reasonable, and if people ask for explanation, as the first letter of St. Peter said, we ought to be willing to say something reasonable, but there's limits to what you can explain about faith. There's limits to what you can explain about resurrection or about God. Again, if I can tell a story about the Doc, and he had a marvellous way of talking about the language about God. He said, our language about God is likey, notty, and mory. Whatever you say about God, you in effect say, it's like this, not this, more than this. So, for example, if I say, God is love, I must immediately have in the back of my mind the qualifier. What I'm saying is, it's like what I think love is, not hatred. It's not love. God is more than love. And that applies to existence too. Say, it's almost like to say, go onto the lookout and gaze towards the horizon of love, not the horizon of hatred. Don't look that way. God is love. Gaze in that direction. And just because you've named God love, don't think you've understood God. But look across the horizon. We say, God exists. what we're really saying is, well, get on the lookout of being. Look towards the horizon of being, not the horizon of non-being. It's like that, but God doesn't exist. God is more than exists. Our language fails us when we talk about the ultimate mystery. And mystery is absolutely critical in all our conversations about spirituality. What do I mean by mystery? I mean the inexhaustible intelligibility of anything. When you step out of bed in the morning and you make it to the bathroom and you look in the mirror, you are looking in the face of inexhaustible intelligibility. That time of the day it might not look pretty, but it's inexhaustible intelligibility. Meeting other human beings, getting about the business, life, anything is inexhaustibly intelligible. Stephen Hawking, in his History of Time, announced that he was going to go in search of the theory of everything, which would say that no, the intelligibility of the world around us is not inexhaustible. You can get to the bottom of that. You can exhaust the intelligibility, and you can come up with a formula that explains everything, and that will do away with any need for mystery with a capital M. And about 2 years ago, he came out and declared, can't do it. Can't do it. The mathematicians, wasn't there a mathematician in the 1930s came up with a formula that proved that? Gödel or something's name? Anyway, that's another issue. But think of mystery as inexhaustible intelligibility. All right. Look, you've opened Pandora's jar. And it is Pandora's jar, it's not Pandora's box, incidentally, according to legend. But, look, and I'm just stepping back a little bit from your question, and I'm hearing a certain amount of anxiety and maybe frustration. First of all, you're born under the Chinese curse. You're born at an exciting time. And the opportunities are immense, and so are the dangers. I don't know whether you got a chance to read that essay that I wrote about passion about the process, detached about the outcome. I think we live in an era in which we are experiencing the institutional realities that we've inherited from a bygone era don't fit us anymore. And that applies to the church, it applies to the United Nations, it applies to government, it applies to economics. So many areas of our lives are struggling now to find institutional ways to make community real. What I see happening within Catholicism is a tremendous tug-of-war. There's a certain amount of anxiety and uncertainty and confusion, and even chaos arises under those circumstances. Some people cannot tolerate a moment's chaos, and they go in a direction of fundamentalism. Get it all back into order. There's nothing wrong with the institution, it's wrong with you. Now do as you're told, bang, 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 this is what it means. I tell you what I see happening within the Catholic Church is a restorationism. There's a very strong push to restore what has been. It might interest you to know, for example, that 4 young men ordained in the Archdiocese of Sydney recently, 3 of them said Tridentine Masses as their first Mass. Now, I'm not telling you that to say, oh, isn't it awful? It's a fact. It's a fact. Now, but some of you asked me about Cardinal Pell. I think Cardinal Pell is a pragmatic conservative. And I don't envy him his job, but this is, you people of the rock face need, I say, and you're going to be the place where a lot of this friction and a lot of this struggle happens. And I don't know what to say to you, quite frankly, except God bless you. But and you will get documents like this, and I think there are better ways to phrase our relationship with God and eliciting in our young people a response to the love the infinite love that is there on offer that God demands, that already carries with it the notion that, or the implication that if you don't, you've got God against you, and God's not against you. That's a horrible heresy. Horrible heresy. So, what do you do, Sheena? Tell me, what do you do? Is this territory that you others that's entirely alien? Yeah. Look, let's make it clear. I'm not in the business of undermining Catholic doctrine or orthodoxy. I think the Catholic tradition, for all its silliness, its corruption, its naivete, has kept alive the gospel message. And I treasure that and I appreciate that. And if I ask myself, Michael, where are you going to go? You know, if you say goodbye to the Catholic Church and sort of want to opt out, I say to them, well, you know, God is so real to me, I can't be an atheist. I can't be an irreligious person. I believe in the incarnation. I can't be anything else but a Christian. And Catholicism is my home, and I don't have a Protestant heart or mindset. I love the mysticism, the sacramentality, the reality of Catholicism. And I try to focus on that and what is rich in our tradition. However, I have a little bit more, as I say, wriggle room than you. But I'm sure I'm speaking for all of you when I say you want to teach the Catholic tradition, the truths of the faith, the great cultural realities that we've passed down. But you don't want to tell lies, and you don't want to distort the tradition by use of language that is moralistic or harsh or negating. Is it possible for you to look carefully at what is said by God demands and rephrase it? Yeah. Look, you're prompting me to think of something I never thought of before, Sheena. Is it possible that you have here a little workshop situation where you can model for the students dialogue within the church, which seems to me what you're doing there? Does that make sense? Like, we ought not communicate to the kids because this would be anti-Catholic. We ought not communicate to the kids, look, everything that the bishop says or everything that Rome says has to be followed to the letter. That would be ridiculous. That has never been the case in the church, and that would be flying in the face of the best Catholic tradition. So, how do you critically receive the church's teachings and the bishop's messages? Respectfully, and seek to, as an adult, engage it. And it's not a question of saying, the resurrection's okay for some, but there are some great truths that are non-negotiable. But there are some ways of expressing those great truths that are negotiable. And is it possible that in this moment you could very respectfully and carefully teach the children the art of critical thinking, of being loyal Catholics who are willing to object? Does that put you in an invidious position? Does that make sense to people? Is it too difficult? Am I being Pollyanna-ish?
Well, I think we need to really get into that dialogue with the bishop.
Yeah. And let's not be surreptitious. Let's not be sort of hiding. And be open about it. I'm very conscious too that you people are employed by the Catholic Church, so there is a certain constraint in that. But I don't want to damp this conversation. We can actually continue, but has afternoon tea come and gone? Just further to the issue that was raised with regard to what we believe about death and so forth, I hope I didn't give the impression that I was dismissive of non-believers. To use a cliche, some of my best friends are actually non-believers. I have a dear friend, for example, who's a solicitor, and he's eschewed all... he was once sort of an Anglican, but he's nothing now, and quite disgusted with religion and all that sort of stuff. But he's one of the most Christ-like people I know. Every now and again he rings me up and he calls me the bishop. He says, "Bishop, we've got something for you to do." It's generally a funeral of some dear lady that's died, with no family or whatever, and the bishop does it for him. The most difficult one I ever did, he rang up and said, "Bishop, I've got a funeral for you to do. This fellow committed suicide," and requested that there be no religion associated with his funeral, and we thought you'd be a good one to do it. So, look, a few comments about the document that I handed out before, because it is what I've tried to portray there is very basic to everything else we'll be saying, and I haven't given up on the conversation you began, Christina, but my own response to being part of an institution, and we have to be part of the institution, even if we do wear it like a shirt that we outgrew, or and we've got to do it creatively. Psychologically, it's not healthy to remain part of a system where you're constantly feeling frustrated and angry. You've got to do something about it, so that your participation is life-giving and not just frustrating. I think a good, well-grounded, rich spirituality is an excellent antidote to the silliness or the frustration or whatever. Plus a certain amount of political savvy. If you're going to if you're going to hit your head against a brick wall, pick a brick that'll move. Otherwise, you'll just end up with a bad headache. What I've tried to portray here with this diagram, headed "Religion and Spirituality: Journey into Life," the heart of it is what I'm calling the ongoing conversation of daily living, and it's all about relationships. That's the nub of it. And I'm not saying that because I think that's a cute thing to say. In my study of spirituality, my observation of human beings, my observation of myself, I think relatedness is of the very core of what it means to be human. I would go so far as to say the quality of my relating is the quality of my humanity in a very real sense. And if I can't relate because of whatever reason, I may be autistic or sick or just plain selfish, you must make up for my deficiency as community. You must embrace me within the community and relate with me in a loving, caring way. If I forget, you must remember. Community is of the essence. I think that is very countercultural. We live in a time in Australia in which the individual is lauded, and there is an individualism that I think is very destructive. There's an individuality promoted in the Australian tradition that is to be lauded. There's an individualism that has developed particularly in the last 30 years, which is very worrying. All right, what have I tried to portray here? The centerpiece of our lives as human beings is found in relationships, with the mystery, with that inexhaustible intelligibility of life. Everybody, believer or unbeliever, faces that and must deal with that. What I'm saying is relate with it, connect with it, embrace it. The inexhaustible intelligibility of your own being, of your relationship with your spouses, with the children you teach, the parents, etc. Have a sense of mystery, that life is evocative of mystery all the time, speaking to us of the more than. There's a good name for God, the more than. Every moment, every person, every event, everything is redolent with the more than. You and I and every event and person and thing points, not me, more than me. Every moment of love, every moment of care, every moment of forgiveness urges us to expand our mind and our heart and to be open to more than what we've experienced. Now, that is very interesting. At its best, I think we talk about our relationship with God as connecting with the more than, and it elicits longing and seeking. At its worst, every advertising agency knows that if you put the right stuff near the checkout, if you put it at eye height in the supermarket, you can actually get these people who are hungering for the more than to buy what they don't need. because they always want more than they've got. In a consumerist society, that's the key dynamic. The hunger for God. Isn't it ironic, if what I'm saying is true, isn't it ironic that the hunger for God turns us into consumers? One of the great symbols of our age will be the garage sale. Time to sell what we don't need and we never needed. The crumpet makers and... I have a friend at the moment. He's got three young children who are now like 4, 6 and 8. And he said, I've got a room full of baby stuff, cots and prams and stuff. And his sister is not long married and she's trying to conceive and have a child. I'm having a lot of difficulty at the moment for a girl. But he said to her, look, come and get it. It's all yours. She said, no, I want new stuff. Yes, okay. Wait till you start having graduation ceremonies with hats and gowns for kindergarten kids. I kid you not, in the United States. Anyway, that's... but it's actually... It's part of this more than... Watch it in yourself. You are a being... You are a longing animal. You search for the more than. It's what St. Augustine in the beginning of the Confessions noted when he said, our hearts are restless until they rest in thee. And most of the time we don't realise what we're restless for. A real good question to ask anybody, anytime, yourself included, is, what do you really want? What is it that you really are searching for? It is the more than. But not just as an abstraction, because you can't find the more than in an extra bag of minties or a new car or whatever. It'll satisfy you for a while, but the more than is a journey. The more than is the summons of God. You are made for infinite love. You are made to be caught up in the life of the Trinity. Don't settle for anything less. And don't think all these things that you were light on. And it's normal to think, now I've got this, now I've got that. It doesn't work. And we all know it doesn't work. We seek the more than, the mystery. That's one of the relationships. If you like, that's the contextualizing relationship of all the other three relationships. The relationship that is most concrete and most immediate is the relationship with yourself. And here is where the emphasis on the human ground and human experience becomes so important, and exercises like focusing. To relate with yourself, how do you relate with another human being? Someone you don't know. Well, one of the first things to do is, hello, what's your name? You strike up a conversation, for God's sake. How many of us are taught to have conversations with ourselves? Conversations a la the conversation with open questioning, not simply telling yourself things, because we all engage in a bit of that sort of talk, I suspect, but listening to what's going on. Richard Rohr has a very good observation. He says, the pain in here that is not transformed will be transmitted. If I don't deal with it, I'll visit it on you. Blaise Pascal in the 17th century said, the violence of the world is because people aren't still and at home with themselves. Relationship with self is absolutely critical to the other three relationships. It is most immediate and most concrete. Work out ways to do it. I made a passing comment that I assume that there's a certain amount of fatigue here. You're very, very busy people. All I can say is watch it. Because busyness can take your life away from you. Busyness can disconnect you from yourself. And in our culture, it's entirely possible that because busyness is respectable, you get adulated because you're busy, you work long hours, it actually can be a hiding place. It can actually be a mode of escape and evasion from yourself. I've always got another job to do. Being still, being quiet, facing oneself can be much more productive, can actually assist in efficiency. So that's 2 of the 4 relationships, with the more than, the inexhaustible, what's the other word that goes with inexhaustible? Intelligibility. The mystery, the more than, and then secondly, with yourself, and then thirdly, obviously, with other human beings. That's part of my being me, is my being with you. And then fourthly, my relationship with the world around me. And we're learning this one. It's something in the Christian tradition that's been largely unspoken, latent more than missing. I would suggest to you that that's the nub of being human. To relate well with the more than, to relate well with yourself, to relate well with other human beings, to relate well with the environment, the world around you. That's the core of your humanity. That, I think, is spirituality right there. And I have a 2-word definition of spirituality: living relationships. That's what spirituality is. And that living relationship is deliberately ambiguous. It's living the relationships. Relationships typically don't just happen. There's work involved, there's effort, there's commitment. And it's living relationships, not death-dealing relationships. Every now and again we'll see with our young people, we say, please don't go with that group. That's not a good group to run with. Some relationships you like to and need to cut. But living relationships, we're about life. We're about fostering life through relationships. Now, if that is your perspective on what it means to be human, the next question arises, where does that take you? Or you could start asking questions, if the more than is important to me, it's critical to my being human, how do I understand the more than? How do I name the more than? How do I develop this relationship with the more than? And those are theological questions. They raise issues of dogma and systematic theology and faith and belief, prayer, solitude and silence. And what about if I regard relationships with other human beings as critical to my humanity? What questions does that raise? Well, that raises questions like, how should I treat others? If it's important for me to relate with other people, it's important for me to ponder and be critical in my thinking about how to treat them. These are moral questions. And then there are other questions arise like, well, okay, all this is actually moving towards connectedness. And I would say what it moves towards is a discovery that in the depths of my being, my very being is a participation in being with a capital B. I discover in my being, the more deeply I go, unity. I discover that I'm actually one with you. I discover that we're all participants in being. You know, the personalist psychologists in the 1950s and 60s got onto this, and I had a saying, what is most personal is most universal. The more I examine and submit to the truth of who I am, the more I discover you. The more disconnected I am from myself, not only am I disconnected from myself, I'll be disconnected from you in any but a merely functional sort of a way. The relating leads to certain implications. It leads to a certain vision, a theological vision, a moral vision, an institutional vision. Human beings must have institutions. And here is a tricky one that it pertains to your question. I couldn't tell you how often I've had conversations with younger adults and they say, yes to Jesus but no to church. Jesus didn't come to found a church. Well, no, not exactly, but the implication of what he founded demanded a church, if I can permit to use that word, required. Why? Look, supposing we all went out in a boat to sea and we got abandoned on some island somewhere or other. Let me tell you what one of the first things we would do after we'd gathered our wits and checked who's there, we'd have a meeting. We would have a meeting. There's the beginning of institution. Someone would be assigned to get firewood, someone would be assigned to see if there's any food in the island, someone would be assigned to sort of see if they can see ships on the horizon. We'd be given jobs, and we'd set up an institution. You can't live without it, I'm sorry. I'd love to be able to turn up here with the good news. Ladies and gentlemen, I've discovered how to have human community without institution. If anybody tells you that, just say what they say in Queensland at a football match. Bullshit. It's precisely in the institutional reality that the mess really happens. Trying to agree on rules, regulations, ways of saying things, symbols, rituals, all that sort of stuff. It is really messy. And in a time of transition such as this, it's 100 times more messy than in a more stable culture. You take things for granted. In the 50s, we were asleep. We just drifted along and took so much for granted. We don't take it for granted anymore. We're born in an exciting time. If spirituality is living relationships, I say religion is spirituality concretized. That is, living relationships manifested in symbols, rituals, laws, structures, customs, modes of dress, authority, etc. Spirituality without religion is truncated, because everything in spirituality and everything in living relationships seeks community, seeks society. There is no such thing as private spirituality. Doesn't exist. Spirituality is deeply personal and always in some measure unique, but always it seeks with others the more than. It seeks relatedness, it seeks to be part of community. Religion without spirituality is dangerous. Shouldn't be allowed to exist. Religion without spirituality is soulless. You can turn up to Mass, you can have all sorts of things going, but if there's no living relationships in the parish, what's the point? Go home and do something useful. Just empty routinism, empty ritualism. I think right there we have a struggle within our Catholic tradition at the moment. A lot of our younger people experience church as empty, as not intersecting with their experience. They don't find relatedness there. They don't find living relationship. Not in, when I say they, there, I'm talking generally. There are places, yes, they do find relatedness there. What connects, what enables this journey into life to happen? Conversation. And what, in 1994, I was part of a group that set up Catalyst for Renewal. And we focused on conversation, and I thought, that's a nice thing, we need conversation in the church. I never realised how important conversation was until I started to think about it clearly, with some critical For one thing, the English word conversation shares its roots with conversion. I would say the one thing that will make a conversation a genuine conversation is at least the openness to, if not the desire for, transformation. That my encounter with you becomes an occasion in which I am changed for the better. I become a little less egotistical. I become a little more open to what is true because of my encounter with you. That's conversation. It's fascinating since that time, and I'm not saying it's because of us, but everywhere people are talking about conversation. BBC, you listen to the BBC, join us, have a conversation. The Sydney Morning Herald has these bags, start a conversation. I'm not sure whether they've thought critically about what they mean by conversation. The first night we had spirituality in the pub, and that sort of grew by accident in a way. There's a sister of St. Joseph works with me at the Aquinas Academy, Sister Mari Biddle. And Mari and I had been to politics in the pub over at Harold Park. There's a pub there where a lot of that sort of stuff goes on, storytelling, poetry, forums and all the rest of it. And when we're coming home from politics in the pub, we're talking about the possibility of putting religion in the pub, and let's just see what happens, So we just started this Catalyst for Renewal thing. We're talking about conversation. So I'd had conversations with Wynne Childs, who was really the driving force behind politics in the pub. She's the former wife of Senator Paul Childs, and she and a group of Labor lefties in Sydney have started this thing up, and it's been going for years and years and years and years and years, and still running. It's a marvellous thing. So we talked, and we both agreed that if we use the term religion in the pub, religion doesn't have good currency in the marketplace, and besides, people will use the acronym RIP, and you won't get away to a good start. So we agreed spirituality in the pub, SIP, SIP, nice. So at the meeting of Catalyst for Renewal at the end of 1994, we developed our mission statement. We all began to look at the carpet. We'll promote conversation. And nobody seemed to know what we should do. So I said, well, I'd like to have a crack at spirituality in the pub. And Geraldine Duke said, yeah, I'll do it with you. So the others said, go do it. We sent out invitations. We didn't know what the hell would happen. And in fact, I think we were a bit anxious and a bit frightened about it. We're overwhelmed. People are hungry, I think, to connect with other people. These are, in a sense, little churches. People find an occasion to explore things if they don't have any other occasion to explore them, and so forth. And I don't know how many venues there are around the country. The Elephant and the Wheelbarrow was one here in Perth for a time. But there are over 30 of them, and there's still quite a few of them. But conversation, in the first night we had this, it occurred to me, you can't have conversation unless you take another person seriously, unless you have those common qualities of decency, like respect and like patience and like the willingness to listen, etc., etc. So I have come to believe that conversation is somewhere near the heart of spirituality for today, to really take seriously connecting with people at that level. So there's a conversation goes and it develops this vision, but there must be detail. We must have institutions. We must have statements of belief. We must have try and articulate our moral vision, etc. But keep the conversation happening. We don't get to details and say, right, we've finished the job now, we can all live happily ever after. I think that's where the Catholic Church was in 1959 when Pope John the 23rd said, come on, get back into the conversation, the journey into life. Catholicism has become ossified. When you become unwilling to engage in conversation, I think you slip out of the circle, that journey into life, and morality becomes moralism. Dogma becomes dogmatism. Institution becomes institutionalism, and so on. Laws become legalism. And once you get that taking over the religious reality, you are a hair's breadth away. In fact, you probably cross the boundary into sectarianism, bigotry, even fanaticism, and religion can become a basis for awful violence. And that's why. It will not become a basis for violence if living relationships are the heart. It will become a basis for violence if it's been reduced to an ideology. We're right, you're wrong. And if you oppose us, watch out. At our benign best, we might simply regard you as an idiot, but you just be careful because we might stretch it a little bit and do you a favour of killing you or whatever. I'm going to pause there and let's throw it open for comment or conversation. How does it strike you? What questions are arising? What observations?
Michael, in the swinging of the pendulum,
yes,
in terms of institutionalised church and so
yes,
on, where do you see that the pendulum perhaps at the moment?
I think the church, there will always be an institutional dimension to church life. Has to be, for the reasons I've given. I think that institutionalism has become awfully ossified. I'll give you a simple example. When I was in the seminary in 1965 and I was told to serve at an ordination, I can remember being terribly anxious because I had to wear this thing called a vimp. It was like a humeral veil, and there were two, what do you call the hats they wear? The mitres, different coloured mitres and I had to turn up at the appropriate moment for the bishop to put the appropriate mitre on, and he wore his coloured slippers and all this sort of stuff. And with one of my contractors was the boogie bearer. He comes in with a candle, and it had become so heavy, so opaque with all these rules and regulations and rubrics and so forth. And the liturgy was the rubric. So we've broken out of that with the liturgical reform. And I think it's very noteworthy that in the Second Vatican documents, one of the most remarkable themes is dialogue. We must become a church of dialogue, internally and externally. And in 1963, when Pope Paul VI was made Pope, there was this question, will he continue the Second Vatican Council, will he stop it, etc. He continued it, and not only that, he published his first encyclical, Ecclesiam Suam, in August 1963 or 64, or 64. It's all about dialogue. He talks about the 5 circles of dialogue. So I think we're like kids let out of school on a windy day. Does kids still go mad on windy days? There's a madness about church life at the moment, and I think we've got to be prepared to acknowledge that and live with it. There are those, I talked about restorations, that are trying to get the institutional reality locked back in place so we're sure, we know who's who and whose role is what. And, I'd be a little bit more relaxed about letting the chaos happen for a generation or two, quite frankly. Having said that, human beings being human, my bet, I think the good money is going to be on restoration.
Isn't it already happening?
It is happening. Restoration is happening. People feel safe when they know what the rules are. You think about it, it's a very adult thing to be able to live with a measure of doubt, and this goes back to the issue I think you raised, live with a measure of doubt and searching with regard to what's central to your life. I had a very interesting conversation with the religion editor of the Herald a year or two ago, and we were talking about this sort of an issue. And I said to her, I said, look, it is a concern of mine that if, say, a young adult comes to me and seeks to know what Catholicism is about, and I am not going to give them dogmatic formulae and moral injunctions and sort of a catechism. I'm going to try and invite them into a dialogical process, reflecting on the sorts of things we've been talking about today. And the question in my mind is, am I doing them a service or a disservice? It takes a fair amount of maturity, I think, to deal with this sort of stuff. Now, just another observation on this. I was talking to a group of military chaplains, about 50 of them at Richmond Air Force Base, and I was saying how inadequate fundamentalism was, how it really is a very immature expression of religion. And this chaplain put up his hand, a Catholic chaplain. All these chaplains, there are a mixture. There were Jew, a rabbi there, and Anglicans, Sydney Anglicans at that. And this Catholic chaplain put up his hand and he said, Michael, I take issue on what you say about fundamentalism. And how dare you? He said, I'm also a prison chaplain. He said, I've seen men come into jail whose lives are absolutely devastated through drugs or whatever. He said they find Jesus and they take up on this really chintzy fundamentalist religion, but it transforms their lives. So I'm very careful about sort of wiping that off. Now you have to say, you would hope that they would move on from that. But there is a role for the immature expression of religion. And I don't know. I mean, you people work in the area. How much can you ask of 17, 18-year-olds? They're obviously rejecting the sort of the dogmatic, tell them what to do sort of an approach. But I suppose this is the question you live with daily. How do you communicate, get them to... in fairness also, Denise, I think, wouldn't it be true to say, the younger generation reject institution full stop. They don't like to be told what to do. I mean, kids never like to be told what to do, but I think it might be particular now.
Mark, what's your thoughts on, you're talking about spirituality being in the relationship, and I think you're talking about teenagers rejecting the art of conversation, having that respect for someone, having the ability to, there's so many other forms of communication now.
Yes.
That art has been lost.
Yes.
And so you are seeing this transition to life.
Yes. Yes. Oh, what are your thoughts on it? I've never thought about that, but that's a very good insight. That the breakdown of conversation makes people vulnerable to violence. I think it's an excellent insight, a frightening one too. I tell you what. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Again, it does take a certain amount of maturity to be with someone who disagrees with you about something that is fundamental to you. You know, I reject this Jesus, and to be able to just care about a person and not get angry about it takes a measure of personal security and confidence. Can I just throw in something here? We talk about the human being a longing animal, seeking the more than. Have you read Tim Winton's latest book, Breath? Yeah. Everyone's raving over it. I think it's pretty good, but I don't think it's his best, quite frankly, but that's personal opinion. What it prompts me to think about is I would operate on the principle that every human being is seeking the more than. Some people do it in some ways and some people do it in other ways. But these kids that he describes seeking the wave, you know, the ocean and so forth. What would happen to our thinking about them if we said they are seeking God? Now, I'm not saying they are trying to be religious, you know, and all we need to do is sort of stamp it and that'll be fine. No, but if we listened to that and heard what it is going on and actually sat down with those people and let them speak to us, I think there's a lot of God-seeking going on in our world that is quite destructive, quite weird. But why is the destruction happening? Why is the God-seeking so like a rocket without a tail fin? We as church community are supposed to be the ones that provide the wisdom in this business. Not that everybody has to become church, but the longing for God is critical, is huge in the human heart, and it won't just go away because they stop going to church or they haven't heard of God. And I think there's a certain urgency in meeting these people and meeting them in such a way, and the conversational model is a good one, I think, that helps them to wake up to what it is they really want. Now, some of them might just say, well, what I want is the next wave, mate. Yeah. Bishop John Heath said to me one day, I used to go and have conversations with him before he died, lovely man. He said, what difference it would have made to our Australian culture in this British colony here if when the early settlers had come, instead of simply marching on shore and fighting the Aborigines and then moving to a paternalistic sort of benign apartheid, if they'd said, wait a minute, these are the owners, let's sit down and have a conversation. Would have taken a heck of a lot longer to establish the colony, but it might have been a heck of a lot more healthy.
But it went to church, I feel the loss of that, so, yeah.
No, that's a fair comment, I think. However, I think that needs to be held in tension with the fact that church is more than just parish reality, isn't it? The school, you know, it strikes me, and I wouldn't want to be quoted on this, but it strikes me that in a sense the Catholic education system in Australia is almost a diocese in its own right. And schools become quasi-parishes in their own right. They are church. And I wouldn't be complaining about this, but you are the pastors.
The school is the church experience.
Yeah. So that what you say is right, I think, but the other side of it is they are going to church. Like they have liturgies at school, don't they? And they're participating in a church community because they're there.
And the liturgies are far more relevant. The liturgies are far more relevant to those people.
Yeah.
And I'm not thinking you've spoken about the teenagers actually.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting? Let me ask you a question. I think this is a way into understanding what Jesus was on about and what mattered most to him. Look at the points of conflict described in the Gospel. It's amazing how often Jesus is at odds with the religious authorities. He's never at odds with the Roman authorities. There's no record of Jesus, as it were, having arguments with the Roman police or soldiers or whatever. He does have, it seems like there was an ongoing argument with the so-called scribes and the Pharisees and the Sadducees. I'd rather call it just religious authorities of his day. Why? It seems to me the running theme there, the motif all the time is the religious authorities had reduced religion, the covenantal reality, to a set of details. They'd stopped, they'd opted out of the conversation, and they're over here. And these people had lost the essence. Now, I think that's a danger in every age. It's hard work to remain in the conversation. It is very tempting to opt out into the details and say, look, we've solved that. We don't need another meeting. This is it. Bingo. Can I ask you, what for you do you think is the major seduction of the details? Why do we get stuck there? Why would we opt out of the conversation at that point? Yes. Yeah.
She's of a certain age where she's looking for that comfort and so that when we sit at the dinner table, for example, and she's a very strong feminist, we get into arguments of how can you possibly be in this and still advocate from being religious.
Yeah.
So there are inconsistencies as well. So there's
Help us to understand what it means to feel secure. What is it about details and the second question is, what is it about details that makes me feel secure? What's feeling secure? Why is feeling secure so attractive?
well, in the case of my mother, she sees herself as approaching death.
Tie it all up.
It's the boundaries, Michael.
Boundaries?
The details set boundaries.
Yes.
And
what the boundaries
and
do?
You know that if you, it's a little bit like, when we were kids and we learned the Ten Commandments off by heart.
Yes.
Only what was emphasised then was the do not, of course,
Yes.
And probably we all knew the Ten Commandments far better than we knew the commandments of Jesus.
Yes.
But we knew that if we stepped outside of that boundary, then, we basically were sinful.
Yes.
If I can use old language, So I think for young people, in some ways, they want those boundaries.
Yes, I think so.
But I keep thinking about, the conversation that you're talking about, because I believe each one of us will feel responsible for the breakdown of that conversation. When we go to Mass on Sunday and walk out of the church and get into the car and go home. And other, groups, Christian religions, have done it so much better than us.
Yes.
And I'm in a parish now that is very Anglo-Indian.
Yes.
And I struggle, you walk out and they don't want to get in their cars and go home.
Yeah.
You know, so father, who's also Indian, wants to have all these morning teas and everything, and I struggle with that because the oldest of them says, no, I want to get home, you know, to my kids.
Yeah.
So I want to go home and have breakfast with them, you know.
Ask yourself the question, what's going on, humanly speaking? I'm encouraging you to look for the human dimension here. Safe? Why do boundaries make you feel safe? What is it about it?
Creates black and white thinking, and therefore there is an answer to everything, and it's easier to an answer to everything. We know there's not.
Yes.
It's harder to live in the uncertainty.
Yeah.
That's what happens to do this.
Yeah. It gives you control over the world, doesn't it? See, the human animal is an anxious animal. To be human is to be anxious. And all sorts of experiences awaken that anxiety, more or less. And nobody is free of it. But nothing will, or one of the things that awakens anxiety is uncertainty about not knowing roles, not knowing where someone fits, defining people. Or you are such and such and such and such. I don't know you, but I give you that tag that gives me control over you by naming you. So a lot of it's about anxiety, I think, and that's why we feel safe once we've dealt with the anxiety.
Michael, being inside a cage can give you a sense of certainty.
Yes, yes.
It can be denying for it.
Yes.
Rather than giving you a sense of security.
Yes, yes.
It's good. And I think we're all in a cage to some extent. We choose to be.
Yes.
Because we choose to be, we then subject ourselves, we allow ourselves to be subject to the power construct and the criteria and so on.
Yes.
The question is, why do you stay in the cage?
Yes. Yes.
You can open the door and fly out
Yes.
if you want. But we don't want it. I don't know why. The question I ask myself.
Well, these people have used safety, security, comfort, I think. But even so, that's worth saying, but what is it about the cage that makes me feel comfortable, that gives me security, etc.? Can I just speak from a point of view of a priest in this world? I don't need to tell you that coming into the 1960s, priests had a very clearly defined role. The boundaries were there. They knew who they were. It was very easy, or fairly easy, in that culture, that tight culture that just moved like a monolith through history. And it actually hadn't been that way for too many generations when you look back on it, if anyone knows history. But in a monolithic sort of a way it moved, so that everybody knew where everybody else fitted, and there was a security about that and a certitude. And it was one of the things that attracted non-Catholics to become Catholics. You knew exactly where you belonged in the world. Now, immature men slotted nicely into that. Why? It gave us an identity, and it gave us power. Now, the Second Vatican Council came along, and along with other forces, that was all dismantled. And that left a lot of the clergy saying, well, who am I? You've taken away my identity. It occurred to me a long time ago that if I find my identity in being priest, I'm very vulnerable to all sorts of anxieties and threats, and therefore reactive behaviours that are destructive. I must find my identity in who I am, not what I am told to do, not in a role. And I think the same applies to you people too. If you find your identity in being the principal, God help you. God help you and the staff and the students. So that people who've got an identity in themselves wear their authority very lightly. They don't need the role, they don't need the title, but they carry them very, very lightly. When I began in the seminary, there were 96 young men began at Springwood, the Diocesan Seminary. 96. Now, most of those have gone their various ways. There were about 20 ordained. But lots of men got on board the train. And I'm not putting them down or saying it was a bad thing, but you can understand sociologically what's going on. And they talk about vocations now. Well, let me tell you, again, it's a language question. You are your vocation. You don't have a vocation. Everybody is a vocation. The very fact that you exist means that you are a vocation. It comes from the Latin word vocare, meaning to call. You were called into existence. Your vocation is to be who you are. And the more faithful you are to that, and you discover who you are in God and your relationship with God and other people in the world. And a person who has discovered that, who is embedded in that, who expresses that, is a treasure. Will create all sorts of possibilities. Adrian Van Calm, my mentor in Pittsburgh, what's our time? Where are we up to? 5:30, so we've got another 30 minutes. Okay. We'll have a little break in a minute. Adrian Van Calm uses as a key word, and I'll put it up here because it's worth remembering. Arira is the Latin word meaning to arrive. It's the root of our English word original. You were made to be an original, not a copy, not a second-hand version of somebody else, not even a second-hand version of Jesus. One of the wonderful stories in the Scriptures, I think, enable us to meditate on this and epitomizes the whole life formation process. In John's Gospel, there's the story of the raising of Lazarus. I think it's chapter 11. And it's a long, drawn-out story if you have a look at it. And Jesus eventually turns up 4 days after Lazarus is dead. And there's that moment where he says, okay, come out, Lazarus. And the next thing is unbind him. So how does Lazarus come out when he's all bound up? This corpse hopping out. Dear Martha, practical Martha, ever practical Martha says, hang on, leave him there, he stinks, he's been dead for 4 days. Jesus says, come on out. Part of the listening that I've emphasized is hearing Jesus say to you, in the depth of your being, come out. Come out of the tombs that you've made for yourself because of your fears and your anxieties and your game playing and your pretenses and your selfishness and all the rest of it. Come on out. And to the community around you, unbind him. You can't unbind yourself. Lazarus can't unbind himself. You must go to the community to be unbound. You must relate well with your brothers and your sisters. In that loving relatedness, you will be untied. But your life is a coming out. Your life is a resurrection daily. Come out. What are the great tomb makers in human society? Well, I can suggest one of them is anxiety. Another one is fear. We hide. You know, Adam and Eve, in this legendary story, this marvelous, truth-bearing story of Genesis, God comes looking for the companions to seek a walk in the garden, as is the custom. And they're hiding. And God says, where are you? And it's a question that echoes in the heart of every human being. Where are you? And they're standing there, hiding behind fig leaves. For God's sake, how we fashion fig leaves all the time. All the time. Little statements we make, little games we make, all the rest of it. And Jesus says, come out. Come out. You are called into freedom. Freedom is of the essence, and you find freedom in and through relationships. Necessarily, and indeed hopefully, there'll be lots of loose ends from our sessions. I would regard my job as successful if you can't sleep tonight because your minds are sort of. You will notice on the program tomorrow, session 4 at 11 o'clock is a sort of a, if you like, a buffer zone where we can take some time out to just process on your own, together, we can work that out tomorrow, whether you prefer, how much time you prefer alone, how much you'd like an open forum, whether you'd like to talk to one other or two others or something. But each of the sessions from now on, I will give a little supporting booklet which has some major themes out, or a major theme with sub-themes outlined. This one is life as a never-ending parting of the ways. And remember, I'm emphasising our methodology in spirituality is to seek out the human ground, go to human experience, and find there what's happening, and you'll find your lead for spirituality. I draw your attention to page 1, the epigraph at the top there. The term taken for granted means to accept until further notice our knowledge of certain states of affairs is unquestionably plausible. We live, and again probably necessarily, but we live as if what we expect to happen will happen. Like, you get out of bed in the morning, you expect the floor to be there, you don't even think about it. You expect to be able to stand up, you expect to be able to walk. You expect when you turn on the light will go on. When you turn on the tap, the water will come out. When you go to the fridge, open it up, the milk carton will actually have milk in it, etc., etc., etc. There's a whole multitude of facts, call them that if you like, that we expect to happen. What happens when your taken for granted world erupts? When there's been a storm and there's a blackout, when you go to the fridge and somebody's used the last drop of milk to put the carton back in the fridge, or you go to do your shoelaces up and the shoelace breaks, or you go to wait for the bus and the bus doesn't come. Anything from a tiny trivial thing to you expect your friend to be hale and hearty, but your friend calls you and says, I've got some bad news, I've been to see the doctor. Fill in the blanks. Our taken for granted world, as Alfred Schutz says, carry the rider until further notice. I think that's a very practical, very real human reality. You are not in charge of your life in any absolute sense. You cannot predict with absolute certainty where you will be this time tomorrow. I'm not saying that to sort of introduce an old Redemptor-style mission dimension. It's just fact. It's fact. It's true. And then it raises the question, well, how should I respond to that? Pretend it's not true? Pretend it's not there? Or just say, yeah, it's there and ignore it? In our Christian tradition, we have a turn of phrase, abandonment to divine providence. The future is in the hands of God. I don't know. I may be dead this time tomorrow night. I might die tonight. Don't think I will, but might. It's in the hands of God. We can say that about the church. And we can say that about our kids. And that's not saying, oh, it'll all work out nicely in the end. It won't. That's why we must put it in the hands of God. Sometimes it turns out bloody bad. Look at the Holocaust and the example of Maximilian Kolbe. The promise of faith is not the promise for a trouble-free life. Faith doesn't lift us out of this incarnational world which we live in. It plunges us into it. Look at the incarnation itself. God doesn't become enfleshed into a tidy world, or God doesn't become enfleshed into a messy world and then make it tidy. How does the incarnation end? It ends terribly. We call the Saturday after Good Friday Holy Saturday. Do you think those disciples on the way to Emmaus would have called it Holy Saturday when they got out of bed that morning? They were in despair. It was horrible. It was only on the journey that they discovered that there's something going on here that defies expression. So that even though the world does, our life does have this taken this until further notice rider on it, that doesn't frighten us. That shifts the focus from ego to mystery. And life is largely a shifting centre of focus. Children are very narcissistic. That's the nature of an infant. Some human beings never outgrow their childish narcissism. The mature grow to a mystery-centred life that's in the hands of God. A quotation there from Adrian Van Kaam: transcendence, that comes from the Latin word trans-scandere. Scandere means to climb. Trans means across. You are a transcending animal. You're always climbing across, seeking the more than. To live is to transcend. To be engaged with the more than is to be on a journey. You are a transcending being. And because you're on a journey, you are constantly leaving behind and going into new territory. You are always where you've never been before. You are always in unknown territory. Who's got the map? Who knows the way in this unknown territory? If we don't have faith, well, we've got to figure it out and keep control over it. And that's one reason why, if we go back to our diagram here, our obsession with details is a lack of faith. Fundamentalism, I think, is a lack of faith, a lack of trust. I draw your attention to the quotation, the notes, page 4 and 5. In every day, in fact, there's like a DNA of every moment, there is something happening. There's this leaving behind and there's this moving into territory that you don't know. And the leaving behind is necessary for the going on. The leaving behind involves a certain dying. What was is gone. It is no more. Let me give you an example. When you wake up in the morning and you're very tired, it's very cold outside, there's a hard day coming up, the alarm clock is a moment of death. Now what do? Do you do the dying? Or do you say, bugger that, I'm going to roll over. Someone else can look after life. If you want to live, you have to die. If you refuse the dying, you just die. What would happen if you stayed in bed? You'd rot. Sooner or later, someone would come and drag you out, probably. But in order to get on with life, you have to enter these moments. Every moment of every day has something of that about it, a dying. And the living is born of the dying. This is not something Jesus invented. This is part of your very experience as a human being. Do you think when Jesus is walking around Galilee and Palestine with the disciples and he sees that they're starting to get a little bit happy and the Father taps him on the shoulder and says, come over here behind this rock. I wonder, have you noticed how happy they're really up themselves, these guys? Tell them something that's going to knock them for six. Tell them that if they want to live, they'll have to die. That just applies to us, the Christian disciples. That's nonsense. When Jesus says, if you want to live, you must die, he's pointing to something that pertains universally to the human condition. Atheists too must die in order to live, daily. In this journey, it seems to me that when we come to these moments, and sometimes they are writ large, when you have a conflict in a relationship, when maybe things are not looking good in work, maybe there's an illness in the family, these, when you're taken for granted world erupts big time. When the rider is given, the notice is given, it seems to me there are at least 6 different human experiences that are part of that overall experience. And I've listed them there in 4 and 5. First of all, there's an element of frustration. Your way is blocked. You can't simply go on as if life was taken for granted because Notice has been given, and life is saying, okay, what are you going to do about it? Secondly, there's a shifting centre of gravity. When you, let's take a trivial example, supposing you're caught in a traffic jam, your way is blocked, you're frustrated, you start to use the language like, there must be an accident up there, or I wonder what the hold-up is, because you're not in control. The centre of gravity is somewhere else. The centre of control is somewhere else. Life does this to you. It takes out of your hand your own destiny momentarily. Thirdly, you move into a moment of waiting. Westerners are not good at waiting. Now that's another one. Why does waiting upset us so much? I think it's the same reason that we talked before about why does the details attract us so much. It's about being in control. If you make somebody wait, it's a way of punishing them. It's a way of sending them a signal, you're not in charge here, I am. And you wait. Waiting makes us nervous. People pace up and down. I'm not just talking about waiting for a phone call or whatever. There's a particular kind of waiting that is very, very critical. There is the waiting for, but there's a waiting upon. If your child is sick and you just wait for the child to get better, you're not going to be present to the child now. You must wait upon the moment. You must enter the relationship, the dialogue, the conversation that life is asking of you now as it is, and you are not in charge of it. Fourthly, life demands a response. Are you going to be willing to wait? Or are you going to rant and rave and kick the footpath or pretend it's not happening and go and do something else? How do you deal with it? Fifthly, there's a certain letting go. These are not religious concepts, these are human concepts, and you've all done it and you teach your kids to do it, etc. And finally, we come out of these moments more or less changed. I would go so far as to say this. Show me a person who is deeply compassionate, merciful, forgiving, understanding of the human person. Someone with whom you would not be afraid to bare your soul. And I'll show you someone who's lived through this at depth. Someone who's done a lot of dying. Someone who knows the shifting centre of gravity. Someone who knows how to wait. Someone who knows that they are not in control of life. Show me someone who's mean-hearted and intolerant and impatient, and I'll show you someone who's tiptoeing around the deserts that await them in their lives. They are refusing to go through this. Because the great story of the Bible is the Exodus event. Nothing is written before the Exodus, theologically. Nothing is written before the Exodus. Everything is written after it and in the light of it. And it's a story of liberation. How? God takes them out of Egypt, but any army could have done that. They didn't need God to do that. The only thing was that there weren't any armies around willing to do it at the time, so God did it. But it's not necessary to have God to set you free from a political oppressor. So the essential liberation is not about politics or culture or religion or economics. We discover what's the essence of that freedom when we ask the question, where does the journey of liberation go? The desert. The people of God, and we read this when they complained a couple of Sundays ago in the book of Numbers, they thought this was a sick joke. Who the hell do you think you are, God? You said you're liberating us and you take us out here into the place of dying. Why? What's happening? What's going on here? And it takes a lot of reflection, a lot of cajoling, and a lot of leadership from Moses to remind the people that it's actually in this desert, this place of no maps, that they must depend on God, and the covenant is forged there. This is where they know they are God's people, and God is their God in the place of dying. And they must go through that, and they must go into the promised land. The gospel is modelled on the same story, or the gospels. There's the liberation, there's the dying, there's the promised land. There's the new Exodus. Nothing in the Gospels is written before the new Exodus. Everything is written after them in the light of it. Jesus is the new Moses. How does the liberation come? Through dying. This is a fundamental human reality. Do you want to defeat death? Die. You're in bed in the morning. If you want to defeat the death that's threatening to overtake you, do the dying, get out of bed and go on with life. We feel it in so many things. If we're not willing to die, death overtakes us. Mere death. If we're willing to do the dying, life is born. We blossom. It's a fundamental pattern. Adrian Van Kamp suggests, and I'm looking at the bottom of page 5, that this is like a pattern, a dynamic that inhabits every moment of every day. And again, sometimes it's writ large, sometimes life is a constant rhythm of dying. We respond and we re-emerge. And the dying, the responding is saying yes to the dying and yes to the re-emerging, which raises a very, very challenging question. Are human beings more afraid of life or death? I think an argument could be mounted to say that actually we're more afraid of living than dying. Except that most of what we call living is actually not being alive, not in the sense in which is proposed here. Living is coming out into freedom, where you don't blame anybody. Living is coming out into the freedom, the children of God, where there's just love, there's just truth. Most of us find twisted identities in our pain, in our hurt, in our scars. It's an amazing thing. I'll never understand this. Why would I find an identity in carrying bundles of death with me? Bundles of unlived dying. Why would I refuse to live through the resentment and come out into freedom? I have a sneaking suspicion that, and this is why we don't forgive, I think. We hang on to that little bundle of death because it gives us an identity, it gives us security. And how twisted can you get? This came home to me very, very strongly when I realised that I was carrying a lot of death in my knapsack. Lots of bundles of death. Unlived dying. Stuff that I hadn't faced. Was too afraid to face. And it occurred to me, here I am Sunday after Sunday in the pulpit preaching life. What if all this death is seeping like some kind of terrible toxin into my message? So that I think I'm proclaiming life when actually there's a cookie attached to it and it's proclaiming death. I think it's entirely possible that we can talk all about love and goodness and compassion and care and actually proclaim the opposite. Actually promote the opposite. Yves Congar, the Dominican theologian, said, no one will promote disbelief more than the believer who doesn't believe what he preaches. It's entirely possible. Little bundles of death we carry in our knapsack. Little grudges, resentments, unresolved conflicts. These are unlived deaths. Sometimes people will actually literally die at the end of their lives and leave bundles of death scattered all over the place through a family. And it causes all sorts of problems. Death takes over. How wonderful it is when somebody dies and they leave an empty knapsack. Let me give you an analogy. It's a vulgar analogy, but I think we know each other well enough for me to be vulgar at this point, I think. When you were born with a knapsack on your back. And like the military, you've got a little shovel there, but unlike the military, you've got a little catapult there too. And life says to you, okay, there's your path through these cow pastures. You're going to have to encounter a lot of dung on the way. The shovel you can use in either of two ways. You can use the shovel to dig the dung in and fertilise your life's path, or you can use the shovel to dump it in your knapsack. Choice is yours. And what's the catapult for? Well, you'll see later on when you get to be 30 or 40. And you turn up at a staff meeting or somewhere and you say something nasty and you take a lump of that shit out of your knapsack and where the hell did that come from? You know? Why did they hit me with that? If you're born into a family where secrets are kept, where anger is tidied up, where you don't dig the shit in, you enter adulthood with a knapsack full of shit and you become a prime contender for the catapult. No, I object to that. Well, not only Catholics, there was that element, I think, in Western culture, in Stoicism. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that. I was very good at it anyway. And, you know, there was a sense in times were tough and sort of survival was key. So I had a lot of shit in my knapsack. I've still got a fair bit of shit in my knapsack. And I just hope I don't pull the catapult out any time these 3 days. But I'm capable of it. Like I told that story of Guadalcanal. It's another take on that same thing, you know. When push comes to shove, you'll get to a point in me which hasn't yet been evangelised. You know, and watch out. So it's entirely the challenge is to empty the knapsack. Now, what often happens is people get to be 30, 40, 50 years of age, and notice is given, the taken for granted world falls apart, and they fall over, and all the shit comes out, and it stinks. Let me tell you, it stinks. Lazarus is nothing of it, and it takes a long, long, difficult time, and you better hope you've got a lot of loving and expert people around to help you dig that shit into the ground. God bless you if you've got that opportunity, and that's what you must do. Interestingly enough, in psychology, shit is taken as a metaphor of death. Shit turns up in your dreams, it's about dying, death. That is. Don't call it shit, call it bundles of death. And we can become purveyors of death. The whole reality, come on out, is part of that. Get rid of it. You can't get rid of the knapsack, you're born with that, but you can empty it. And you empty it by facing it, by listening to what's going on. When I'm inclined to sort of win an argument at all costs, put somebody else down, pass that slick judgment. All judgments are autobiographical. All judgments come with the sign, look in the knapsack. The Paschal mystery. Jesus enters into this human rhythm of dying and rising. He was doing it all through his life. And he did it big time on Calvary. The reality of Jesus' saving death and resurrection, his Paschal mystery is this: that our literal dying will not be the end of living, but the end of dying. That's our belief. The bondage, the chains of death have been broken by what Jesus has done. It's entered into the heart of the human reality. Any comment, question? We're really at the nub, not only what it means to be a human, but what it means to be a Christian in this thing. Nothing spectacular about it. You're not going to make the 7 o'clock news because you get out of bed in the morning. Because you engage in the Paschal rhythm of life. But that's how you identify with Jesus. That is much more effective than saying, look at the gospel. Jesus said, love one another. Now go out and love each other. But how do I love each other? Well, do things for each other. That can give us the cold as charity kind of experience. If you want to identify with Jesus, identify with your life. Live graciously and generously what the pattern of your living gives to you. Be more faithful to that. The fidelity to church doctrine and canon law and so forth, that'll more or less take care of itself. A couple of comments about that reading and that psalm. Bear in mind that we will proclaim the gospel, which is of a piece with the liturgy of the word, and we'll proclaim that at the end of the next session. I think it's important to remember whenever you take up the scriptures, whether it's the Hebrew scriptures or the Christian scriptures, we're dealing with a narrative. We're dealing with storytelling. And the story of both scriptures is the liberating event of the Exodus, the new Exodus and the old Exodus. The essential feature of that story is God becomes part of history without losing anything of God's eternal, uncontrollable sovereignty and mystery. And what is evident all the time is a fundamental principle of God. Wherever God is, God does. God's being and God's action are one. Wherever God is, God does. And God's doing is always loving. And God's loving is always liberating. Remember the old catechism question, where is God? God is everywhere. God is. And God is God's do. And God's do is love. And God's love is liberating. And that is picked up in that beautiful, God's love is everlasting. God's love is everlasting. And the three words which I've indicated in the footnote there are important. The Hebrew word used in this particular psalm is the word chesed, which is one of three crucial revelatory words associated with the covenant, because God doesn't enter history without purpose. God's being and God's doing, God's loving and God's liberating, all happen within the context of a relationship. We call it the covenant. And it finds its climax and its ultimate efficacy in and through Jesus Christ. But the word chesed and the word rechem go hand in hand. I don't know whether you're aware, but that word rechem, and it's used, you'll find it in chapter 34, both of them together in chapter 34 of Exodus. First of all, the word rechem, which actually refers to a sort of uncontrollable love. In a sense, the kind of love that a parent has for a child. I saw a marvellous example of this on Australian Story, and you may have seen it, 6 or 8 years ago. The former Commissioner of Police in New South Wales, a man by the name of Lauer, he and his wife adopted a young girl, and she's a very talented, very pretty young girl. She went off the rails somewhat and ended up a drug addict with 3 children. So the commissioner, the ex-commissioner and his wife ended up in the early 60s retired with a new family, little children. And Mrs. Lau was being interviewed on the Australian Story, and the camera focused right in, so her face filled the screen. And she was talking about the advice many of her friends were giving her. And she spoke with this really broad Australian accent. She said, they tell me, get rid of her. She's no good. And she said, I can't. She's me daughter. She's me daughter. That's rechem. It comes from a word meaning guts, or generally or often applied to that part of the female anatomy which produces new life. It's generally translated as compassion, tender loving care, and so forth. There's a marvellous example of it in the Scriptures, chapter 1, the first book of Kings. Remember the two women, each had a child, an infant, and in the course of the night, one of those mothers actually rolls on her baby and kills it. So now you have two mothers and one infant, and they're both claiming the one infant. So they go, as the story tells us, and submit this dilemma to Solomon, the man of wisdom. Solomon, if you don't understand the meanings of these words, Solomon proposes something that's absolutely cruel and abhorrent. He's going to cut the baby in half. What is in fact going on here? Solomon appeals to the Rechem. And when he suggests his solution, he knows that the real mother won't let it happen. And in fact, the one who's lost her bub says, yeah, go ahead and cut the baby in half. The other one, and the King James Version says it beautifully, her bowels yearned upon her son. In the Hebrew tradition, they have no embarrassment at all in saying that's how it is with God and us. In chapter, 49 of the book of Isaiah, can a mother forget the baby of her breast? That's how God is for us. Remember we were saying yesterday, is there anything you can do that will make God love you more or less? Now maybe there are some things our kids will do that will make us love them more or less. But we're human. Love of its nature is unconditional, and God is love. So that's the first revelation. That has to be held in tension. That's, if you like, a biological, a necessary, an uncontrollable outpouring of care and concern and compassion. Chesed, which is found in the prophet Hosea, where the prophet is told, marry a whore. Go down to the marketplace where they're selling these women and buy a prostitute and commit yourself to her. That's chesed. That is chosen. And the word that is used here, it's translated love, is chesed, is that kind of love. It's the chosen, deliberate, conscious commitment. And that goes hand in hand with the Rechem in the covenant. God's love for us is, if you like, out of his guts. So go to that lookout, look towards the horizon of gutsy love, such as a mother will have for the infant. Incidentally, one of my nieces had a Caesar yesterday and gave birth to a 9-pound baby daughter, about which we're all thrilled. So it's very much in my mind. She turned up at Westmead Hospital on Saturday when she was supposed to have the bub, and they said, sorry, the nursery's full, you'll have to come back tomorrow and the next day and the next day until it's an emergency for you or we've got a spare cot. Welcome to healthcare in New South Wales. All turned out well. Mother and baby are in good health. So the view that we have of God comes from that which is in our natures as human beings. Think of that love, the relationship of a Tony.
Michael, I just have to say, I don't want to throw a question into a little bit, but I want to repeat a question which kids say to me, kids being able to listen, and you're saying that God's love is everlasting, and that's the message we give to our kids through as parents and teachers in Tartari. But the God of the Old Testament is very different to the God of the New Testament. If God's love is everlasting, it doesn't come out. No, I'm not saying for the kids, and they do some. God's love is everlasting. I don't think the Amorites would say God's love is everlasting. God's love is everlasting only if you're on God's side.
The right side.
Whereas in the New Testament, God doesn't talk, Jesus doesn't talk about his God being all powerful in the sense that he will destroy people. It's quite the opposite. His way of working through society is a much gentler, conversational style. And something that we, as religious educators, we focus on the New Testament. Our kids aren't familiar that well with the Old Testament. When it does come up,
Yes.
That's the question that comes. I mean, you're saying God loves little army. Well, after that reading that was given by Barry, I think all those names, you know, I just practice that. That doesn't seem to say to me God loves little army.
All right, that's a good observation, Tony, and it's common through history, and I think sadly we don't challenge it. Think first incarnation, God struggling to be born in the world. Now, where is God born in the world? This entering human history. God enters human history through real, live, actual human beings and human culture. What you have, and I think the sooner we get onto this, the better, because we're very slack. What you have in the, particularly the Hebrew Scriptures, is in storytelling. Now, it's storytelling. And it says more about the human beings than it does about God. So, an example, and I can't remember, I think it turns up sometime unless there's a reading from the book of Judges where one of the judges is out doing what judges do, and they're fighting people, slaughtering people, and he can see he's about to get done over, so he falls on his knees in the presence of the Lord and says, give us the victory today, and I will give you as a sacrifice whatever I see when I first return home. Now this is classic sort of legend, folk tale, storytelling that you find in all sorts of peoples all around the world. Now, of course, he wins the battle and he goes home, and who does he see? But his virgin daughter comes tripping out to welcome him home. And he says, "Oh, woe is me, I now have to slay my daughter." And she says, "Don't worry, Father, I'll go to the mountains, mourn my virginity for 3 months, and then you can cut my throat." This is the word of the Lord. Well, the reason I tell this story is because it's a very stark representation of what you're saying. God is in that struggling to be born amidst the mess, the horror, the stupidity, the naivete of our human ways. And yes, it is the word of the Lord, but this is where the fundamentalists make the mistake. Don't take the surface reality. Listen. We must listen and listen. And our topic this morning is going to be listening with the ear of the heart. What I hear when I read that story of Joshua is it's retelling the Exodus story, the initiative of God, that it is grace. Don't get up yourself, but as if you've conquered all these people. Human beings go about conquering one another. Well, yeah, that's the world in which I'm trying to be born. Don't get a big head. Don't get egotistic. I've given you whatever you've got. The graciousness of God leading the people. And it is an evolutionary process. We shouldn't be afraid of evolution. And I see here an emphasis on the grace of God and the presence of God. And it's up to us to proclaim that. It's up to us to interpret the sacred scriptures, not in a sense of twisting them, but you say, yeah, that's their story and that's how they lived. What do you make of it? Pretty grubby, isn't it? But God still says, I'm in it. What about my life? It's pretty grubby too. God still says, I'm in it. Like a mother with a child. Michael, my love for you is unbreakable. Unbreakable. Because you came from my infinite guts. And I will never forsake you. But I'm not going to take responsibility for all the stupid things you do, Michael. For all the corrupt things, for all the naive things, for all the whatever things. But I'm being born in your life. And you are my incarnation in the world. And people might look at you and say, well, if he's proclaiming God, I don't want to have anything of God. Well, God cops that on the chin. So I think that's the way I'd approach the sacred scriptures. They're telling stories. They tell more about humanity on the surface than they tell about God. You have to sit with them and listen and find what's underneath them. Would you care to come back to me on that?
No, that's worth me considering.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been an issue for me talking about the Moses story about slaying of
his own son. Yeah. Or it's Abraham. But the slaughter, all that, I mean, the trail of blood is very evident right through the Hebrew Scriptures. But these are tribal people. What else do you do for a living? You kill one another. And anybody knows anything about history, young blokes growing up in medieval times, like St Bernard of Clairvaux, what did you do for a hobby? You went out and you became a soldier. Ignatius Loyola. And you killed people. That's not too far away. And incidentally, a lot more people are killed in war in the sophisticated 20th century than in probably all the wars ever before that. And God is still saying, you're my people. You know, and I entrust you, the church, right here, us, with my message. And we bugger it up every time. But God is still saying, I'm with you. I'm still there. Haven't forsaken you. I'm still being born in your feeble efforts and your struggling and your mumbling and your bumbling. The infinite love of God. We can't. It's not just a matter of saying it. It's a matter of absorbing it. And that psalm is actually written as a chant in the Hebrew tradition. And the whole point of a chant is that it sinks in beyond the rational and gets into your bones, so that you start to hear, God's love is everlasting, no matter what. No matter what I do, God will continue to love me absolutely, infinitely, unconditionally. All right, let's move on to our session this morning, and I'll give out these. Just one further point to the issue raised by Tony. There is a long-standing tradition of Lectio Divina within the Catholic Church, and it goes back to St. Benedict actually, but it's not only St. Benedict, but around the time of, Benedict's time in the 6th century, one of the images they used for reading the Sacred Scriptures is that the Sacred Scriptures hold up a mirror and they rub your noses in it. They don't let you escape. They don't let you escape the harsh reality and as well as the wonderful possibilities of being human. As one of the animals on Earth, we don't have a pretty history in so many ways. We human beings, and the same ugliness is found in the Scriptures is found in our world today, and we must never forget it, and it's as well for us to reflect on it. But Lectio Divina is a slowed down way of reading so that you actually get to and they use the metaphor of chewing, like a ruminant chews something and just chews it over and listens and allows the nutrients to be drawn out of the husk and the skin and whatever the food that we're eating. So the primary place of Lectio Divina is the liturgical assembly where the word is proclaimed. So you don't just take it on face value, you sit with it and you chew it over. And in fact, a reading like that, if you submit it to Lectio Divina, or any scriptural reading, has the potential, starting off, this is about the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Hivites and the Gathlites and whatever. And but as you sit with it, what comes to your mind is an issue with one of your kids, or something that's gnawing away at you, and hence the value in Lectio Divina of focusing, so that you might start here, but your Lectio takes you here. And you say, well, what the hell's that got to do with Joshua? Nothing on the surface, but everything underneath. So Lectio Divina is a just slow down reading, chewing it over, and if a word or a feeling emerges, just stay with it and come back to it and focus on it and listen to it and get beyond the mere literal reading.
Michael, when you say your Lectio takes you,
Yes.
do you mean that ruminating?
Time and time again, that's exactly what happens, where the starting point is Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel. that might have absolutely no effect on me when I read it, or it might gathered together. The word gathered, and it might raise issues of loneliness, or might raise issues of I'm part of a disconnected group, or it could go any direction, and often enough a surprising, unpredictable direction, and we submit to that. And actually, this topic that we're going to deal with now of obedience is very much about that. Before I get into some of the details, my understanding of obedience is this: it's about listening so that I may hear, so that I may submit. To what do I listen? What do I seek to hear? To what do I submit? I seek the truth. And in our tradition, the truth is a person. Jesus said, I am the truth. So I can stand in the marketplace of our society and say, I seek the truth. And someone will say, well, what's the truth? I say, I'm not interested in the truth, this is a glass, or you're there and I'm here. I'm interested in the truth which is infinite. The truth which is a manifestation, or one way of speaking about inexhaustible intelligibility of life. And I keep on seeking. And when I come up against my own fears or whatever, that's a manifestation of the truth. When I come up against frustration, when I come up against my anger, that's true. I must be obedient in the face of these experiences. And let me remind you again that our focus here is your personal spirituality. And keep that focus particularly today, because there'll be a fair bit of silence and listening. And sometimes your limits, the limits of your situation, are the great revealers, unveilers of your best possibilities. Your limits contain your possibilities. That sounds a bit odd, but it's one of the great paradoxes of life, if you respond well. A wonderful example, I think, in the modern world is Nelson Mandela. He had every reason to come out of his experience a very hate-filled, resentful, violent person. That would have been, if you like, a normal reaction to the way he was treated. He seems to be, and I've never met the man personally, but he seems to be a most gracious, forgiving, reconciling individual. How come? I was talking earlier on about Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning. If you haven't read that in recent times, it might be something worth going back to. It says the last of the freedoms is the freedom to choose an attitude. You can have all your freedoms taken away from you, but nobody can take that away from you unless they take away your consciousness. You can always choose an attitude. And all of us today deal with frustrations, and if you keep wanting it to change, wanting that system out there to change, you're going to constantly experience impotence. And that will undermine your confidence and your joie de vivre and your presence in the world. Don't let it. Refuse to let it. Be a rebel. And live with the frustration and the stupidity and the corruption and the idiocy. Yeah, we all must do our best to get beyond all those things in our world. But there are ways. And one of the best gifts we can make is the truthfulness of our presence. Someone who is at home with herself or himself. And the way to that, an absolutely critical way to that, is through obedience, as I've described it. And let me say a second thing at the beginning. Obedience is not the same as conformity. Although obedience may involve conformity as a matter of fact. In common parlance, very often obedience and conformity are confused. So we'll come to that. In this, the front of this booklet on page 1, I draw your attention to the first epigraph there, and it's from the prologue to the Rule of St. Benedict, written in the middle of the 6th century or earlier. Listen carefully, my son, to the Master's instructions, and attend to them with the ear of the heart. The first word in the Rule of Benedict is ascolta, listen. I said yesterday there's 3 principles of the spiritual life: to listen, never stop listening, or continue listening and never stop listening. Let's make a distinction between two different types of culture, and I think the challenge for us today is to get clear this distinction and move from one to the other. I think we've come out of a culture of telling. We need to develop a culture of conversation, and we're a long way from that. The restorationist movement in the church wants to take us back to a culture of telling, where there is no conversation. Conversation makes things messy. Conversation doesn't tie things up and doesn't allow control. A culture of telling ties it up neatly, and my God, you get a lot of things done, and you know where you stand, and there's those that are in and those that are out, etc. And there is, if you like, an efficiency about a culture of telling. I think the fundamental cultural reality of the church has to be a culture of conversation. And that will be begotten by conversationalists, by people who know and love the way of conversation, which is grounded in conversion. The Benedictines take a vow, conversatio morum, which is a vow, it's an untranslatable sort of a word, and you don't translate conversatio there as conversation, but it's a conversion of life. That they commit themselves daily to engaging life in a way that transforms them. And the focus of that is not my willpower, the focus of that is God. If you want a definition of grace, it's the presence of God. If you want a good way to think about virtue, it's the presence of God. We come out of a tradition that is more Greek than Hebrew. Greek philosophy has actually overtaken our understanding of the Scriptures and our understanding of what it means to be a person of goodness and truth. We've taken up Aristotle's ethics more than Jesus' preaching. Here's a little suggestion. What if you were to think, it's impossible for me to forgive, to be compassionate, to be kind. The only way that can be present, those qualities can be present in me, is if they are given. They are other names for the presence of God. Compassion is a name for God. Goodness is a name for God. Forgiveness is a name for God. So that I seek that kind of life, and we do as Christians. We seek to be compassionate, to be caring, to be forgiving, to get beyond our resentments and our nastiness and whatever it is that dominates others and oppresses people. But how do we do it? We do it by submitting to the grace of God, by opening ourselves up to the presence of God. Here's a little test you might try on yourself. Next time you catch yourself being kind or compassionate or caring, check your reaction, your unedited reaction. Is it one of satisfaction or one of gratitude? If when you catch yourself being kind, you actually feel satisfied, I'd be a little worried about that. That may just be the Stoic model of virtue that you live in, that sense of satisfaction that I did it. If it's genuine kindness, you didn't do it. You made yourself available and God did it. And that ought to evoke gratitude. Isn't it wonderful? Two signs, I think, of genuine spirituality and religiosity in a person. Grace and freedom. By way of contrast, I say, beware the sight of white knuckles and the sound of grinding teeth. You know, the ideologue who wants to convince you. The person who wants to tell you that Jesus is Lord. You know, organized joy makes them smile. They're full of the love of Jesus. God, leave us alone. I recall a moment actually when my mother was dying a couple of months ago, and I was sitting there with Dad, and this young lady came in, and she was the daughter of a family that Mum and Dad had known 30, 40 years previously. She's now a woman in her late 30s, and Oh, somebody of wonderful intent, and I mean, she came to visit Mum because of the connection. But it wasn't long before she made it very clear to us that she'd found Jesus and she was in a community, and isn't it good, you know, that we've got this faith in Jesus, and she talked in a loud voice, and I'm thinking, you and Jesus go, get out of here, you know, I want to be with my mother, you know, but who's unable to say anything. I could tell Dad is pretty sort of gets a bit agitated with these Jesus freaks. But it's often passed off as Christianity, and I think the difference is an egocentric or a mystery-centric religion. An egocentric religion is opaque, it's unpleasant, it's harsh, it lacks grace and it lacks freedom. What do I mean by freedom? Well, there's a sense in which you enable when you go. One of the greatest gifts you can give someone is a sense of possibility. One of the greatest gifts in education is to make possibilities for other human beings. And isn't it a thrill when you see people spread their wings and make something of their lives? It's just wonderful. The ultimate freedom is the freedom, the ability to be what you must be. Which takes you right into the heart of the paradox. You are at home with being who you are because that's what you must be. Your vocation is you. The more you can actually settle down, hear that, submit to that, the more free you become in living out who you are. You meet someone like that, and there's a sense of transparency about them. You talk to them, and you talk to more than them. They are sacraments of the beyond and the more than. It seems to me also that someone who is at ease with themselves and living out themselves rather than living out a role and finding an identity in power or ego, they have a certain grace about their lives. And it's even a physical grace. Now, I'm not talking about ballet dancer grace or anything like that, but they're not, there's not a hardness about their physicality. They don't force themselves on a situation. You know, you get people who turn up in a group and it's like pouring water on a dry Wet-Ex, or, you know, suck the energy out of a group, and you think, oh God, here comes Whelan, you know, sort of, I've got to go. Or someone else turns up at a group and, you know, there's a certain grace, a certain giftedness, a certain gratitude, grace they bring. And I think religion ought to all the time carry with it that sense of freedom and grace. And a lot of the rhetoric, God demands this or whatever, that is surrounds religiosity, ignores that. It's not about freedom. And I think religion is about freedom. Christianity is about freedom, the deepest freedom to be who and what you are. So, listen carefully. Listen with the ears of your heart. Go within and pay attention. Attend to. All of which means slowing down. A comment by Michael Looning recently, or not recently, a couple of years ago when I was talking to him, he said, you can't love at speed. You've got to slow down to be present to people. And I'll bet every one of us sitting in this room could recall an occasion of regret when I was too busy to hear what that person was saying, to pick up their cry for help, because I had other things on my mind. I'll share an example with you. I've gotten over the embarrassment of this, so don't worry about it. When I was lecturing at the Catholic Theological Union and preparing a lecture on compassion, and I was a bit behind because I had other things on. And I went down to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon to get myself a cup of coffee from the kitchen, and there's people would often turn up at the door there, ask for a sandwich or a cup of coffee or whatever. And as I was getting my cup of coffee and about to dash back to prepare my lecture on compassion, the front doorbell rang, and one of the regulars turned up. He's only a little bloke, and he wanted always wanted a meat sandwich, and there were certain specifications for coffee. And I remember thinking at the time, oh shit, I've got a lecture on compassion to prepare, and this bloke's interrupting me. And the irony of it and the humour of it dawned on me fairly quickly. But sometimes our rush, our desire to get things done, we miss things. We do need to slow down. Most of us, I suspect. But we kangaroo through life from product to product, and we miss the process in between. And there's a lot of energy in the process, actually. Obsessive compulsives get a lot of energy out of products, but it's pathological energy, neurotic energy. There's a lot of energy in actually being present and allowing yourself to become part of the rhythm of the moment, which is beyond your control. And I think maybe we need to think not in terms of interruptions, but interventions. God is saying, I don't want you over there, I want you here. Yeah, but that's where I have to be. No, you don't. No, you don't. In practical terms, I think each of us have to work out our own way of doing it, because jobs have to be done. And being a principal of a school, I dare say, is an extremely busy and demanding day for you often enough. So I just throw that out as a possibility, and maybe what we're talking about here, listen with the ears of the heart, will help you to sort out what matters from what doesn't, what you can postpone and what you can leave out. Maria Boulding, who is an English Benedictine nun, says, and I'm referring to the second of the quotations here on page 1, like Jesus, you have to listen and listen. It will take you all your life to hear the Father's word of love for you. And it will take you all eternity. What would happen to my life if I actually heard God communicate to you, you are loved infinitely. I love you. Our own founder, Father Jean-Claude Collin, a Frenchman who grew up during the French Revolution and suffered immensely, his family did, because of it, said, if I was in charge of the novices, I would begin by listening to them and hearing their problems and help them in whatever way I could. But I would try to lead them to a point where they could get a taste for God. Once they had a taste for God, everything else would look after itself. And I think that's not a bad approach to spirituality, to introduce people in whatever way, and God knows how you do it in a school, but I think it's got a lot to do with the spirit and the culture of the school rather than the mechanics, all of which are important. Later on, we're going to do a session on prayer as presence. And let me put in my 3 pennies worth here, which is probably Pollyanna-ish, but I'm going to say it anyway. I look forward to the day where every Catholic school in the country has a period of time every day of meditation, contemplation. Now, some of you may do that. I'm told it's much easier in a primary school than it is in a high school with all the different programs. But to establish a contemplative culture in the environment where listening to what's going on with themselves, listening to what's going on around them is actually crucial to the educational project as such. It's not just about English and history and maths and science. But for a Catholic school, I would regard it as one of the aims to help as many as possible to become contemplatives, even if they are busy contemplatives. I'm not going to help someone else become a contemplative, so I'm not a contemplative myself. I mentioned Michael Loonig there. I had a remarkable experience with Michael. We've had him up a couple of times to Sydney, and he is worth, there's somebody you might get to your next conference, actually. Michael is an outstanding human being. He won't give you lectures, he won't give you booklets, but he'll give you a great deal of wisdom and heart. But we had Michael as a speaker at a capitalist dinner. This goes back about 3 years, and it was at the time when Michael had done a triptych in one of his cartoons relating the Holocaust to what the Jewish Israelites were doing in Palestine. You know, over the gateway to Auschwitz is the German Arbeiter macht frei. Work will make you free. It's the nastiest ironic statement in history, I'm sure. But Michael used that and put it over one of these cartoons. Anyway, somebody took that cartoon and submitted it to an Iranian newspaper that was running an anti-Semitic cartoon competition. You might remember that. Michael knew nothing about it. He was getting death threats from the Orthodox Jews in St Kilda and around the place at that time. And it was about that time also he did the interview with Enough Rope, you know, that's Andrew Denton. And he came back the night after Andrew Denton and he was really distressed because Andrew Denton had, I don't know whether if you know Michael, he was quite unnerved by that interview. You could see it even in the interview. But anyway, back to this capitalist dinner, and he spoke, and there was a lady there. People were coming up to him, getting him to sign books and what have you afterwards. And this woman came up, and she had a couple of his books under her arm, and she just looked at him and said, "I was going to get you to sign some of my books, but I'm not. I think you're one of the nastiest human beings I've ever come across, and I don't know why I came tonight, but I'm not going to get you to sign my books." And she went and sat down. Now, Michael was telling me, I didn't actually witness this, a number of others did, and Michael was telling me about it afterwards. And when he finished with people, he thought to himself, do I let that go, or do I go over and seek reconciliation? So he went over to the lady, and he sat down alongside her, and he said, we mustn't part this way, this is awful. He said, may I hold your hand? Only Michael could do this. May I hold your hand? And she reached out her hand and she held it, and he said, what's the matter? And she burst into tears. She said, I work in, I'm a solicitor, I work with children, etc., etc., and I've had a terrible day at work, and went on and told him a whole story, and ended up leaning on his shoulder weeping. And they parted beautifully. Reconciliation happened. Now, sure, I wouldn't have had the whatever it takes to do that, but it can be done. And Michael is an extraordinary man, and so I thought that story might be of use. What I'd like to do is go back to the human ground of obedience and its listening, and start with what may be a hard or negative experience. Have you ever, in your life, not in the last year or 10 years or even 20 years, but at any point in your life, have you ever done anything beyond what good advice, beyond what you actually knew was best, whether it was lying in the sun for 2 hours and you knew it was a stupid thing, or staying out too late, not getting enough sleep, or driving too fast, or whatever? I think most human beings have done something like that at some time in their life. And their life sort of catches up with you if you keep doing that. You know, I'm constantly going to the skin specialist. I've had about 8 BCCs taken off my face, and it's all because I was a stupid adolescent who used to put coconut oil on to aid the cooking process, for God's sake, and lie for hours in the sun and turn black. Life, there is within the normal course of events what I would call an obedience pattern that we can join or we can resist, we can avoid, we can ignore. The obedience pattern is life says, listen, hear and heed. You don't have to be a religious person to be part of that, but sometimes we don't know what the problems are, and I certainly didn't know as a 15-year-old or a 12-year-old what the implications of the sun cancer was. But you listen, you hear, And you hear, that's a sign of maturity, to have entered that rhythm of life. And sometimes when you have entered that rhythm of life and you look at adolescents and wild young adults and you think, can I help them? Because they're not paying attention, they're not hearing reality. What are we trying to listen for and hear and submit to? Not societal expectations, not the results of our fears, but what we seek as a mature adult is reality, is truth, is goodness, is beauty, is all that makes life come alive. So we pay attention. And this is part and parcel of being human, and we teach our young people to pay attention and to listen so that they can hear, so that they can submit. Now, I like to use that word, submit. It's not a happy word to use in our culture. Nobody likes to submit. No one's going to teach me to submit. I like to use it because of the Latin roots of submit and submission. It comes from the Latin word mittere, to send. A person who has, with a certain amount of grace and freedom and generosity and intelligence, listened, heard, and submitted, has a sense of mission. Life has spoken to their heart, and they've heard with the ear of the heart, and they have a sense of what their mission in life is, why they exist, the meaning and the purpose. It gets you to the realm of vocation. It also gets you to the realm of conscience. This pattern of obedience that's part and parcel of the human reality in which we find ourselves. I'm going to pause there for a moment and give you 5 minutes to stretch your legs, to talk and think. But that, I think, is the human ground of what we call obedience, and it is developed, not contradicted, it is developed and enhanced in the biblical view, especially in the reality of Christ. So let's take 5 minutes to... All right, ladies and gentlemen. I draw your attention to a gap in the text on page 3, down the bottom, the second bullet point. Willingness and ability to hear what is true and real, concretized in a... Somebody's stolen a word or two there. I probably guessed the... I think probably what I was trying to say was concretized in a life experience, or concretized in an event, or something like that. Where are we up to? Give me some feedback. Is what I'm saying making sense to you? Is this totally unreal? Does it sound silly? Okay, push on. It would be very interesting, actually, to go to a Year 12 class and present this as the concept of obedience, just all this material, unchanged, and start a conversation with them. Because I think a lot of the rejection is actually a rejection of conformity. And in fact, going back to the Enlightenment in the 18th century, what the great thinkers were, in many instances, were rejecting wasn't religion or wasn't God as such, but a haughty, arrogant, ecclesiastical elite that was imposing a point of view on the community. So, and then people talk about the Enlightenment rejecting the church. Well, I think that's unfair, actually. And the man who is the Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams, said, if you come up against someone who is rejecting religion, who's an atheist, find out from them, start a conversation and find out from them what they're actually rejecting. And you might find you reject it also.
Can you just clarify one thing when you talked earlier on about obedience and compliance?
Yes.
Not quite the same.
Yes.
I suppose you could call that a fashion.
Okay. All right. Let me just... what I'm actually pointing to, so the human ground, before we get to anything religious, is that before society becomes a factor, and before family becomes a factor, and this is if you like, an abstraction, because society and family are always a factor in our lives, but beneath those factors is a much more important factor. That is, what is real, what is true, what is good. Society can come in over the top of that with an ideology. For example, I grew up in Australia in the 1950s, and our attitude to the Aboriginal peoples, I think, was closer to, how shall I say, a sort of a benign apartheid. You know, there was an Aboriginal community next door to the town where I lived, and we got on well enough with them, but we weren't allowed to go to their community. And they got on the bus with us and travelled into Ballina High School, and they were often not good at sport. I never once detected any outright racism, but I think it was implicit in the actual structural reality, and I grew up taking that for granted. And we used to talk about bungs and all the rest of it. So that comes in, and obedience demands that I hear another, as Henry David Thoreau said, hear another drummer, other than what society is telling me or what my family is telling me, or what the church might be telling me, actually. I draw your attention to, over on page 4, Egmont, under the heading Beyond Social Conformity. This might be a better way to actually approach it. In 1945, it was not only the end of the Second World War, but it was the beginning of the Nuremberg trials. The defence that those arrested used was, we were only doing as we were told. We were obeying orders. Now, I'm going to say, yes, they were doing as they were told. That's correct for them to say that. But they weren't obedient. They were conformist. The obedient ones were those who refused to conform. People like Dietrich Bonhoeffer and many, many others whose names aren't even known to us refused to conform. They were the obedient ones. And what a difference it would have made to world history, the history of the 20th century, had there been more obedient Germans. Or had the church taken a stronger stand and, say, Pope Pius XII had said to the church in Germany, do all you can to subvert Nazism. Preach against it, teach against it, passive resistance, don't let it happen. Now, knowing Hitler and his henchmen, there would have been thousands of people slaughtered. But that may be the price of obedience. So it's what obedience focuses on is not the social laws and rules, although, as members of society, we conform to many, many things, quite realistically. When I go back to Sydney and I get on the train, I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm going to conform to that. I'm not going to try and beat the system. And when I get in my car, I'm going to drive on the left-hand side of the road. I'll conform to that. And that's all part and parcel of a realism, I think, a genuine obedience. But it's not the same as obedience. There is a conformity to social norms, there's a conformity to family norms, there's conformity to church, but obedience is something else, something much deeper, something much more demanding. Obedience, as I said before, leads you to vocation, leads you to that realm of your being, where your being says, this is who you are. There is a quotation there from John Henry Newman. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Yes, page 8, at the top. I am what I am, or I am nothing. What a sad thing if I get to the end of my life and say, you know, I was a wonderful priest, a wonderful principal, I did what I was told. You know, I can imagine God saying to you, what? I did everything I was told to do. Why weren't you obedient? I thought that was obedience. Now, I think there's obviously a concrete political reality in this. If you're part of a system, as it was with the Nazis, it would have been terribly costly for anyone, as it was for Bonhoeffer, to be non-conforming. I think today our obedience, true obedience, demands a measure of non-conformity from Catholics. But in your position, if you're going to be non-conformist, be shrewd, need I tell you. But don't lose sleep over being non-conformist. Obedience demands. You're listening, you're hearing, you're submitting to what is real and what is good and what is true and what is of Christ and covenant. Now, there's always the possibility that I can have myself on, that my claim to listen and hear another drummer is just plain ego. That's possible. So it's worth your while to make sure you are a contemplative kind of a person, that you are willing to engage in conversation and test your perceptions with other human beings and submit to the critique of others. Maybe I get it wrong. Probably we sometimes all get it wrong. But that shouldn't pull us back from seeking to be obedient and seeking out that realm of vocation and conscience. And conscience is nothing else than the expression of vocation, the call of life, the call of what is true and good. Conscience is not an escape route, it's an entry point. Conscience is the summons to be who and what you are, to be loyal, to be faithful to who and what you are. And this raises a very important point for Catholics. We have, over the centuries, probably more than any other group, analysed and described and talked about and promoted the idea of conscience. But we double bind people. I'll tell you how we do it if you haven't already figured it out. We, the clergy, say to people, yes, you have a conscience, and you must follow your conscience, number one. Number two, you must inform your conscience. Number three, we'll tell you what to inform your conscience with. Give with the right hand and take with the left. Because if I am fair dinkum about saying to you and to anyone, follow your conscience, and it must be informed, I would emphasize that. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can encourage you to seek out the great truths of the faith, to take very seriously the Church's teaching. But in the end, St. Thomas Aquinas actually explicitly says this, that you must follow your conscience. If there's a conflict between what the Church teaches and asks of you and what, insofar as you can discern it, what your conscience asks of you, you must, this is Catholic teaching, you must follow your conscience. There's no doubt about that. There's no, at the Second Vatican Council, if you read the documents, there's conflicting teaching on conscience. There's no clear accepted teaching. But if you go back in the Thomistic tradition, Aquinas' tradition, there is, I think, a very reasonable and a very well-grounded approach to conscience, and it's what I'm putting to you. People are asked to set aside their conscience and simply do as they are told. And I think that is asking people not to be obedient, but be conformist, not to be adult, but to be infantile. And I think that should be rejected out of hand. Absolutely rejected out of hand. Are there any comments or questions on that? If you follow your conscience, and again, it's not an escape route, it's an entry point. It's the demand of life. It may have you in all sorts of serious trouble, because the social demands may be quite contrary to what you see you must do.
Michael, I think it's more the process of informing.
Yes.
That they use the word reject, because I don't really know. But certainly I think as humans we can justify anything.
We can. And this, the process of obedience must be, I think, taught very well. And children who grow up in a loving environment, a caring environment, actually learn that. Learn how to listen, learn how to hear, learn how to submit. And conscience makes sense in the light of that. Otherwise, conscience can be pounced on as my excuse for individualism, for egotism, for being selfish. Very, very commonly used, I think, in that way. Conscience is not that. It's one of the reasons why people like my Cardinal Archbishop in Sydney reject the whole notion of conscience. And he said that, get rid of it. I think it's mind-bogglingly stupid. It's part of the human reality. You can't stop people from, we shouldn't try to stop people from thinking and discerning and making adult decisions. All right, let's. How are we going for time? We finish at 10:30, don't we? So we've got about 8 minutes. Let's move on and look at the scriptural, the words used in this sacred scriptures. In the Old Testament, or in the Hebrew scriptures, there's a prayer called the Shema. The Hebrew word Shema means either to listen, hear, or to obey. And it presents problems for the translators because sometimes it's not clear what it means, whether it's to obey or to hear, listen and hear. In most languages, there's a common link between, common etymological link between hearing and listening and hearing and obeying. And in the scriptural tradition, both Hebrew scriptures and New Testament, this notion of listening and hearing, listening intelligently, hearing well and submitting with courage and intelligence and generosity of heart, that's the notion of obedience, which is a far cry from mere conformity, even if it is within the religious tradition. In the Greek tradition, the word akuo, which means to hear, similarly. And St. Paul in his letter to the Romans talks about the Greek word for obedience, hupakuo, which means to hear under, as opposed to parakuo, which means to hear beside. So that hupakuo, Jesus is the one who manifests hupakuo. He is the obedient one, St. Paul writes to the Romans. Adam is the one who hears beside, that is the disobedient one. The obedience of Christ puts right the disobedience of Adam. So that the whole tradition, what is epitomized in Jesus, is the obedient servant, the one who listens to the Father. And how often in the Gospels Jesus goes apart, tries to seek time and silence and opportunities to listen to the Father, to hear the Father, because his mission is what he's there about. And one of the outstanding themes in Mark's Gospel, but I think it's also present particularly in the other two synoptic Gospels, is the so-called messianic secret. Jesus is not about miracles. Jesus didn't come to set up a new political system or a new healthcare system. Couldn't he have set up a wonderful healthcare system? All he had to do was give people the power to do miracles. Isn't it worth noting that Jesus didn't do this? So what is Jesus' mission? Because that's our mission. What is the kingdom about? What is he listening for? And we, I think, modern biblical scholarship would say, Jesus in growing up grew into his sense of vocation. If you go to Matthew chapter 16, for example, remember he's on his way up to Jerusalem and he says to the disciples, who do the people say the Son of Man is? And they get a bit sheepish. Well, some, John the Baptist, some Elijah. He said, who do you say I am? Now, I think it's reasonable, and I choose to believe that one possible interpretation is that Jesus is sounding them out. He's got a pretty good idea of where he is going and why he is going and what his life is about. But he's testing it. And he wants these people to be involved in it. He said, well, who do you say I am? What do you reckon my mission is? You are the Christ, says Peter. It's a marvellous moment in the scripture. You are the Christ. And Jesus says, you are Cephas. And that word is never used to name somebody. This is clearly something quite original in the gospel. You are the rock. What you say comes from God. And, blessed are you, Peter. And what is often left out by us Catholics is the very next passage. And I think the very next passage, and in Scripture you always get the context. So part one of the story is, you are Peter, the rock, the Father speaks through, the God speaks through you, blessed are you. The second part of the story is, you remember it? Jesus then turns and says, I must go up to Jerusalem. He's almost as if he's tested the waters. He's found that they too recognize him. And he says, it involves going up to Jerusalem. And as God's servants, they will do me in. Peter, you've got to love the idiocy of this. We won't let it happen. We won't let it happen. Jesus' response to Peter is, get behind me, Satan. What you say doesn't come from God, it comes from the evil one. You are a stumbling block. You are a rock over which I will fall. Now, can you tell me that that's just accidental in terms of what's just gone before, 5 or 6 lines above it? It's point, counterpoint. And we ought to take that as Catholics in terms of our attitude to Peter in Rome. Yes, Peter can speak with the words of God. We should cling to the rock. We should listen and give full respect to it. But Peter can speak with the words of the devil and be a stumbling block. So be careful of the Pope. Catholics operate not on either or, but both and. The Pope is both these things. A stumbling block and a rock. Peter speaks with the words of God and Peter speaks with the words of the devil. So, hello, join the human race. We had this rather peculiar and utterly simplistic notion that somehow or other God whispered in the ear of the Pope and then the Pope spoke to us and told us the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. God help us. Anyone who understands history, that's a load of bunkum. It's not true. Gregory the 16th in the 19th century was a fascinating study. I mean, he even condemned steam train, as you do. But Jesus embodies the ideal of obedience. It's not about the whole function of obedience that we come to in Jesus actually takes us full circle back to the human reality, but clearer and more distinct. The human reality says obedience, that obedience pattern, that natural rhythm of life is about being real, about being true, about being good, about submitting to what is beautiful and unifying. And we find in Jesus, and beyond his conflict where these people are trying to impose ideologies, and he says, no, I'm not going to conform to that. I'm about being obedient even unto death. My obedience focuses on what is true, what is real, what is good, what is beautiful, what is unifying, the will of the Father. That's why I live. That's my whole raison d'etre. Shall we leave it there? Let me say to you, I do not understand this gospel. I'm not the only one. It's the most perplexing text. And there's a Greek word used there, which is translated by the bracketed word, unless the marriage is lawful. The Greek word is porneia. No one quite knows what that means. However, that said, we must be very careful when we come up against texts in the scriptures that we find imponderable, too puzzling to understand, and the care should be taken not to dismiss them or to ignore them. Let the puzzlement act on us. Let the incomprehension be part of our engagement with the Word. Matthew has a special community in mind and is dealing with issues, so that's part of the narrative. It does seem clear from the Christian scriptures that in the early church they saw marriage, the ideal of continuing marriage, the one flesh, as the Christian ideal. Matthew has it in chapter 5, for example, in the Sermon on the Mount, and Luke repeats it, and St. Paul repeats it. Throughout tradition, however, the Christian community has reflected on the practicality, or the practical reality, that sometimes we make bad decisions. Sometimes we make decisions that on one part may have been a thoughtful, reasonable decision, but on the part of another, not a good decision. So the whole issue of annulments comes up there. So it's a troubling text, and it's a troubling issue, and we shouldn't dismiss it, nor should we take it in too fundamental a way. Shall we leave it at that? I think it needs to be taken in context if you really want to do a Lectio Divina on it with Joshua. Let the two texts talk to one another. Joshua is the story of God, of Exodus intervening in history, covenant and so forth. Declan's raised an issue which I'd like to comment on before we begin talking about the topic at hand here. And it's the reference at the end of Matthew's Gospel there. Some because they have renounced marriage for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. I would situate, well, first of all, celibacy is a fact in the lives not only of the Christian tradition, but the Hindu tradition, the Buddhist tradition. It's not just a peculiarity. So you can't say, well, Christians have got screwed up about sexuality and celibacy grew out of that. I think that is not a reasonable reaction. It seems to me that if you take the notion of vocation that we've been talking about, and conscience and so forth, that level of being, you discover in yourself that which is congenial to who you are. And a certain amount of it's trial and error, and a certain amount of its circumstances and so forth. But I think it's possible to say, and this is the way I think of myself, that celibacy is either an expression, an authentic expression of who you are, or it's not. And I made the comment, it's not entirely facetious, that the church has called a lot more people to celibacy than has God. I really believe that. I had an experience in the United States when I was studying over there in 1982. Part of my studies was to go into therapy, which I found very, very helpful. At one point in that therapy, that's in 1982, so it's 10 years after I was ordained, and the thought hit me in the context of that therapeutic encounter with a lady by the name of Paulina McCullough, who was quite a genius. She probably had to be, actually. Anyway, the issue came up of motivation. Why did I become a priest? And I thought to myself, well, there's probably a lot of mixed motivation that I hadn't critically examined as a young person going through the seminary, and I needed to critically examine at this point 10 years on. I had 12 brothers and sisters, and grew up in it was a Catholic family. I didn't go to a Catholic school, but it was a very Catholic culture that I grew up in. And I suspect, and it's more than a suspicion, it's more as a conviction, that part of my decision making about priesthood and celibacy was not so much a positive choice of priesthood and celibacy, but sort of a bit of a flight from family and marriage and the implications of having children, unconsciously. And I'll never forget this experience in Pittsburgh of saying, well, I really need to throw this whole thing, my so-called vocation, up in the air and just let the pieces land where they will. Some months later, I was out in Chicago on some work, and I looked up a friend of mine, a former Marist confrere who was ahead of me, was ordained before I got to the seminary actually, and he'd left the ministry and was in an irregular marriage, shall we say, in Chicago. And very, very talented fellow, and he was selling insurance. And I stayed with him overnight, and I can remember going down to the supermarket, and we sat in the car in the parking lot talking about Marist and people we knew and so forth, and having a bit of a beef and pointing up some of the errors of all those people. And within that moment, I turned to him and I said, Terry, I agree with everything you're saying about the Marist and the church and so forth, but down here I know I belong. That for me was a critical moment, a sense of it's not something I chose, it chose me. So that I'm quite at ease with the notion of celibacy, and I'm also at ease with the notion of celibacy and loving another human being. One of the great gifts in my life has been a woman who is a part of my life as a loving companion. We don't sleep together, we don't have sex, but it's a very loving relationship, and it's been a God thing, I can tell you, a beautiful thing. So for me, the whole celibacy commitment is quite natural, and as indeed marriage is to someone else. And what I've seen too often within our Catholic tradition is a fear of sexuality, which gives rise to some pretty warped notions of sexuality and morality pertaining to sexuality. You know, like we talk about masturbation, but that was sort of an obsession within the Catholic tradition. And I've heard priests pontificate on it from the pulpit. When I was in Rye visiting my sister, there was another priest there that he said the bishop came for confirmation, and he said he gave a 45-minute sermon at confirmation, and most of it was about masturbation. You know, the obsession points to pathology, a very serious fear of sexuality. And I think that goes right back to a deeper fear, a fear of flesh, a fear of our enfleshed reality. You know, one of probably the most significant heresy throughout the life of the Church, and it's still amongst us, is Docetism. Now, Docetism, the word comes from the Greek word dokein, which means, or dokeo, which means to appear. And the heresy of Docetism, which emerged in the New Testament, there's reference in the Gospel of John, for example, countering this Docetism, which says, in essence, Jesus only appeared to be human. He was God, we accept that, but he only appeared to be human. God can't be human, and the implication of that is being human is too troubling, too problematic, too messy. It involves all this flesh stuff. And even St. Basil in the 4th century said Jesus didn't experience pain as human beings. Jesus didn't go to the toilet like other human beings. He, as it were, play acted it so that they wouldn't be scandalized. It's been a troubling thing throughout Christianity, this relationship with the flesh, and Docetism is a commentary on self-regard. The Docetism that said Jesus only appeared to be human is saying, yeah, I'm human and it's not good. It's not a good place to be. Now, it's very difficult to counter that, but that's what we must counter. And the enfleshing of God, the incarnation, above everything else, is an affirmation of the flesh and all that pertains to it. The difficulty, it seems to me, is an absolutization. It's not sexuality, it's not the flesh. It's our desire to fulfill our longing for the more than in the flesh, or to find in the flesh something that's absolute and pure and something that is beyond the mess that we all experience. I would say the major experience that will help you to be pastoral is your own moral failure. Someone who's never failed morally, never failed in life at anything serious, is not a good candidate for helping other human beings. We are in this together. And when some kid comes and is distraught and broken and struggling with life, the only possible way you can connect with that human being, that fellow wayfarer, is if you experience yourself as a fellow wayfarer. And you're not just speaking from abstractions, from textbook knowledge. You actually know, but for the grace of God, there go I. And it is that experience, actually, which in medieval literature provided for the spiritual guide the essential starting point of the spiritual life. They spoke of compunction, coming from the Latin word pungere, meaning to pierce. When you come up against a situation where you know that you need mercy, you know that without mercy it's all up. This is just a nasty bloody joke. For those medieval guys, compunction had a constellation of emotion associated with it. You feel remorse, you feel sad, you feel guilty, you feel terrible, you feel in the one experience wonderful, liberated, happy, joyful, all together. It's an experience, I would say, of mercy and misery. If you focus on yourself, what you're going to experience is misery. Just misery. Life is miserable. And you'll get into, we're going to talk about willfulness here in a moment, this willful pursuit of virtue, which is really an escape from yourself as a broken person. It's not about holiness. It's not about the mercy of God. It's not about the love of God. It's about avoiding the embarrassment of being who you are. If you focus on God, the overwhelming experience is one of mercy and gratitude and humility. For those writers, this was the boiler room of the spiritual life. Not willpower, not textbook knowledge, but, and it's weird, a place where you get to know the mercy of God. And you can't get to know the mercy of God unless you need it. And you're not going to get to that point unless you have a felt need of it. So, I think there's a huge amount of work to be done on sexual morality in our Catholic tradition. You know, again, the masturbation thing, it was often called onanism. Well, poor Onan. I mean, you go back to Genesis chapter 38. Onan, as it said, spilt his seed on the ground. Well, Onan's sin wasn't masturbation. Onan's sin was a cultural sin, a refusal to further the tribe. Bad exegesis fitted in with bad self-regard. And in the Protestant tradition, it's really no better because, for example, Luther's image, or one of his major images for understanding the human person, as it were, redeemed in grace, was a dung heap covered in fresh fallen snow. Think about it. The fresh fallen snow is grace. It covers up a heap of shit. And you'll always be a heap of shit. That's a Protestant anthropology, and Calvin had a similar sort of regard, and Jansenism from the 17th century crept into our Catholicism. And there was always that sense, I'm just a heap of shit, and I've got to perform, I've got to be virtuous to rise above the shittiness of my life, and God will love me. And in the end, I'll be rewarded with heaven. We've got to deconstruct that. It's a totally destructive way of thinking of humanity and thinking of the gospel and thinking of everything that God has on offer. In all our brokenness and our messiness and our feebleness and our limitedness is our possibility. We are made in the image and likeness of God. That's the truth. Am I saying, okay, sin's a great thing, get into it? Everything in you rebels against that. You don't want to sin. You don't want to go out there and hate people. You don't want to go out there and be a liar. You don't want to go out there and be violent. You don't want to do it because your depth of your humanity is repelled by that. You long to love and be loved. That's the deepest reality of who you are. So to elicit a moral vision in teaching, it seems to me, is to awaken people to who and what they are. When you know you're loved, the rest follows. And who are the mediators of God for our children? Us. Us. All right, let's have a look at... Yes, go on. Yes. Yeah. Look, I would go back to the Gospels, the writing of the Gospels. They start at the mouth of the empty tomb. They didn't have someone running around like a journalist jotting down what Jesus said and taking note of it as if they knew. They only knew it because they were able to look backwards and say, my God, you know. Think of the first time they broke the bread and shared the cup. Was it days after? Was it the next Passover? Was it years later? Probably the next Passover. It said, remember the night before he died. So the Gospels are written in hindsight, as it were. Now, they were faced with a huge issue because the Messiah that Judaism expected wasn't a suffering person. But they found their understanding of their way of interpreting the incarnation through Isaiah's suffering servant. There are over 300 quite distinct references to the Jewish scriptures in the Christian scriptures. And Isaiah is by far the most commonly referred to. So I'd make those comments first of all. Now, interpreting Jesus' death in the sacrificial, as a sacrificial model, referring to the lamb and so forth, was, it seems to me, an interpretation that was, as it were, ready at hand, because it's part of their tradition. And it carries with it a whole way of thinking. And down through the ages, theologians have had other interpretations and other images. The one that dominated history is Anselm's interpretation of the atonement, the payment for the offence the payment required was an infinite repayment. The only one who was capable of paying an infinite repayment was Jesus, and God the Father required this debt. That just boggles the mind. I cannot accept that. Now, we need to make a distinction between those interpretations, whether it's the sacrificial model coming out of Judaism or the atonement model coming out of Anselm, interpretations of what actually happened. We'll never be able to explain what happened. But, in broad terms, God is in flesh, this is our belief, has become part of the human condition, has entered that rhythm of living and dying, and his dying, in some way, is salvific, is liberating. His living and dying, the whole incarnation is, and perhaps that helps us to get a little bit beyond the sacrificial, that it's the totality of the incarnation. It's not just the dying, although the dying is critical.
So the liberation coming from the sacrificial part, or is it the liberation coming from doing what Jesus says we ought to do?
No. I think the liberation comes because God has entered and broken the bondage that we all experience in our lives, the bondage of death, as St. Paul calls it, and that's bondage is broken by the sheer presence of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, who is God and human. Now, to point to the death and say that's where it all happened, I think is misleading, because, yeah, sure, that's critical, you can't leave that out, but his whole living, his whole life, his whole being amongst us, being part of the cosmos, being specifically part of humanity, was a liberating thing. God's being is God's doing. God's doing is loving. God's loving is liberating. So the totality we have to take as salvific, as redemptive. Now, there is, in theology I'm aware of, a move away from focusing at all on the death, that Jesus died because Jesus was human, end of story. And I don't think that does justice to the good news. The whole story of the Gospels, as one scholar has put it, is a prologue to the Passion. Clearly, the early Christian community saw in this journey to Jerusalem and the reality of Jesus refusing to submit to that order, but submitting to another greater order, through him, with him, and in him, not just by moral exemplarity, not just by morally following him, but ontologically being part of him.
Would it be fair to say that we focus just on the death?
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, too much. Paul Ricoeur has a very good little reflection on the kingdom of God in Matthew chapter 13, verse 44, the parable. The kingdom of God is like a man who's going through a field, finds a treasure, with great joy goes up and sells everything and buys the field. And he says there are actually three moments in this. There's the finding, there's the selling, there's the buying. You don't do the buying before the selling, and you don't do the selling before the finding. I think this is actually helpful in terms of proclaiming in catechesis or teaching. The finding, he says, is about an event happens, and the person is moved, the person is touched. This man's life will not be the same because of what he's just come up against. And he stands up, what must I do? It's not an abstraction, it's a reality. I've found treasure here. And people, the scholars say, well, it could happen in Palestine at that time, because when the Jews were liberated, very often they buried treasure, and it wasn't entirely out of the question to find something. Now again, this parable, he's in someone else's plot of land, isn't he? So, anyway, he finds a treasure. He's willing, and it's most natural for him, to just sell everything. Because of what I have discovered, everything else is just relatively useless. So he sells everything and he commits himself. So there's this epiphany, there's metanoia, and there's commitment. The commitment doesn't happen without the metanoia. And the metanoia won't happen without the epiphany. I would think one of the greatest challenges for religious education is to provide a culture within which epiphany can happen, within which those who are seeking to know and learn Jesus, as St. Paul used that expression, to learn Christ, experience the sacramentality of living, experience, get a taste for God in the way people behave in this establishment. This is not an ordinary group of people. This is a Christocentric group of people. So the culture here permeates and conveys something of Jesus Christ. So when people are touched and they've tasted God, they want to take the next step. If people have no sense of God, we'll talk to them about God. Might give them a sense of God, which is a good place to start, but it may not. Now, getting back to your issue, it seems to me that in our Catholic tradition, we focus so much on the crucifixion, and there's a whole lot went with this: God as judge, us as performers, reward and punishment, the prospect of hell. There was no epiphany in that. There was no taste for God. There was an encounter with a fearful, ogreish judge who was infinite and could track you down anywhere and wasn't the stuff of missions. One of our own missioners, I remember sitting in the side chapel at St. Patrick's one night and he was preaching the devotions at St. Patrick's. An older man, and he was renowned for being fairly conservative and fairly limited. Sometimes I thought some of our missioners got the job because they had booming voices, not because they had any spirituality or theology. And this guy had a booming voice, and he was telling the people about how he was walking across the harbour bridge the other night, and he looked at the city, and he saw the lights, and they were like jewels. From a distance, they looked like a jewel box open. And he said, however, if you get up close, it's not quite a jewel box. And he said, but this is the way God sees us. And he caught my attention. I'm thinking, I used to call him Brer Rabbit. His name was something else. It wasn't Brer Rabbit. Good on you, Brer Rabbit. You know, this is marvellous use of an image and an example. God looks at us like a jewel box, and God is thrilled. And he said, God doesn't see from a distance. God sees close up, and he sees all the grime and the cobwebs and the filth. Good on you, Brer Rabbit. But there was something of that, and it goes with the focus on the crucifixion and the sense that, you're happy when you're sad sort of approach to life, that pleasure is suspect. A whole world view is attached to that. In the Christian in the Catholic tradition, the Western Christian tradition, there are several hundred instances of stigmata, so-called, people manifesting the wounds of Jesus Christ. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, there are none. There are many experiences of people, as it were, seeing an aura around holy people. If you look at icons, they've all got the aura, the glow. It's the difference between a culture that focuses on resurrection and a culture that focuses on crucifixion. And the crucifixion culture, and I don't wish to exclude the crucifixion, but I do wish to exclude the exclusive focus on the crucifixion, or the primary focus. It's a total package that we need. The focus on the crucifixion actually, I think, it tends to elicit a joyless Christianity, a willful Christianity, a fearful Christianity. It tends to foster scruples. And God help those who become scrupulous. It's an awful affliction. It's the obsessive compulsive disorder applied to morality. And they can never rid themselves of it.
Does it ever go that sense of being human? Now, like, with that previous focus we may have had in church, that's sort of very much an out there endpoint sort of
Yes.
salvation, which happens sort of,
Yes.
to take the thing totality, not just focus on the crucifixion, and it's really competent to do something about it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think of it this way. The human growth process is one of unfolding. It's an inside-out process, not an outside-in one. Okay? So you don't get up in the morning waiting for the end. My life's going to be real one day. It's real now or it's not. And your life is a journey. It's a constant unfolding. It's a grace emergence. I think the kingdom is that way. Luke chapter 17, the kingdom is within you. And it is incumbent upon all of us to behave in ways, to act in ways that allows the kingdom, and the kingdom is nothing else than the reign of God, the state in which truth and goodness, beauty and unity are triumphant. Now, we see glimpses of that, and isn't it marvellous when you come up against a person in whom truthfulness goodness are manifest in big ways. That's a nice place to be. That's what I want. That's what I desire. These people are wonderful to have around. But wouldn't it be good if we were all that way? And that's our expectation. Now, the eschatology that is part of our Christianity, from the Greek word eschaton, which means end time, is about what's happening now because of where we're going, because of the purpose of our lives. So that we get up in the morning, and we don't think about the eschaton, or I don't know about you, I don't think about much at all. But I get on my way, and I turn up for life, because I'm going somewhere. We're all going somewhere, and it's good. And it's unfolding in me and in you, and I believe in the absolute triumph, ultimately, of God in Christ, by the power of the Spirit, triumph of truth and goodness and beauty and so forth. And I will do whatever I can to play my part in that triumph, so that the kingdom of God is now. Thy kingdom come. Jesus said, pray for it every day. And I think you're right, and this is an important point. If you focus on crucifixion, there's a sense of the kingdom is not starting now. Look around you. It's just too filthy. It's too ugly, humanity. So it's all going to happen in heaven. I heard a black man from South Africa say that was used in apartheid to keep the black people in place. But this world is just the antechamber to heaven, and it's sort of heaven is where it all happens. It doesn't matter how you treat people here. This is not about the kingdom of God. It's about social structures and what have you. And I think that is a complete travesty of the gospel. The gospel is now. The kingdom of God is unfolding in our midst, or it's not. And if it's not, why not?
Like what was used by the Jesuits in the mission, when we had our parish mission.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and that's where I think we've got to be careful. Personally, I sometimes think we have to be careful that we don't exclude the crucifixion.
Yep.
It's almost like, I think, like if I can talk from my own family, you know, two brothers and a sister, all the same upbringing. So I had the advantage of being able to study further and, you know, stay up to that stuff. So it is still the crucifixion for them.
Yeah.
You know, whereas I think for our young people in our schools, and because we have also had the great opportunity to journey further in our faith journey, I sometimes think the young people in our schools have the focus is on the resurrection, but we've got to be careful that we don't realise that the resurrection only happens because of...
Yes, exactly. The two great symbols of our tradition are the cross and the empty tomb. And the cross only becomes a valid symbol because of the empty tomb. They go together. I had an experience in Mexico City which really, amongst other things, I saw there a tremendous focus on the crucifixion. And it annoyed the living daylights out of me. I said, where's the Holy Spirit? Where's the resurrection? Where's the sense of Easter, the triumph? I began to see, for those people, culturally, politically, sociologically, they are an oppressed people. What they are most familiar with on a daily basis is crucifixion. Now that made me think. That somewhere in the world the crucifixion is still happening every day. And so is the resurrection. So we can't dismiss the crucifixion. It's an essential part of the salvific process, we say. But on becoming a willing participant, will is very, very central to everything that we've been saying. And by will, I'm not talking about something that's inside me, but it's your ability to assert yourself in the world, to turn up and say yes or no, as may be, and put that into action. Now, there are three ways in which human beings turn up for the yes or the no of life. The most common one in our culture is the way of willfulness, full of will. Another way is the way of will-lessness, the way of the victim. Another way is the way of willingness, which I'm going to suggest is the only, in the end, the only really fruitful way to be present. There is, if you like, and I draw your attention to page 7. I call it the mastery-victim cage that I think our culture makes for us. And it's associated with this obsession with being in control. And the key to it is the belief that knowledge is power, and I can and must gain control over my world through knowledge. And that leads to my feeling as though I'm master or victim. And I would suggest to you one of the great ironies of this cage is in every master there's a victim waiting to be born. The masterer sees herself or himself as dominating, as in charge of, as telling, as controlling. The victim sees herself or himself as dominated. The world is too much. The world of people, events and things overwhelms me. I think it is not without significance that victimology and the sense of being victim is rampant in our culture, as is the mastery approach. Now, my suggestion is that they're not the only two alternatives. It might be better if we look at ways of relating on page 8 as a way of understanding the alternatives. The way of conversation is the way of willingness. The way of mastery is the way of willfulness. And the way of the victim is the way of will-lessness. First of all, the way of conversation on page 9. We intend, at least implicitly, in this way of relating, and these are ways of connecting with ourselves, other people, and the world in which we find ourselves. We intend to be with the world, not at it, or overcome by it. The dispositions that are more typical of this way include eagerness to listen effectively, to respect, to wait upon, to trust, to care, to speak the truth in love, and a manner marked by freedom and graciousness. Willing people, actually have a gracefulness about them, and a grace, and a freedom. Willful people tend to live life back to front. They know the end and they're going to force fit it, make it happen. And there's no or little negotiation in between. Willfulness proceeds without listening. The conversational mode proceeds by way of listening. In summary, you could say for the conversational person, the willing person, to live is to participate and facilitate, to know oneself to be part of a mystery, to affirm being in all its manifestations over non-being, to affirm self-transcendence over self-absorption, to submit to the demands of being in every ordinary moment. There's a trust in conversation. You can't have a conversation with another human being if there's no trust. Nor can you have a conversation with another human being if you just want to dominate them or you want to be dominated. There's a mutuality. There's a giving and a receiving in the conversational mode. There's the expectation that the other will participate with me in whatever is happening. Now, you might be let down. The other may be incapable of it psychologically. The other may not want to be. The other might be a willful person. What I'm putting forward here is an ideal, and I think it is possible to stand your ground. It is also possible to be profoundly committed, to be very efficient, to be committed in a conversational way that might, at first glance, look like the commitment and the efficiency of the willful person. But willfulness has a hardness about it, an unbending quality. Willful people break things. You see two people trying to form a relationship and they're both willfully at it. It's like, these animals that headbutt. Conversation, in the end, is the only mode for genuine love and care and concern. So that the kind of pictorial way of depicting this at the top of page 10 is that horizontal, or you want it circular, where the self and the world are in a mutual give and take engagement. Now, the way of mastery, which is the way of willfulness, I'm suggesting to you is a deformative way. But let me throw a qualifier in there. I think there are moments in life where you do what you can to survive. You hang on. You grit your teeth. And if that means willfulness, so be it. I'm talking here about a general disposition, a general way of dealing with the world. And I don't think the way of mastery is a good general way of dealing with the world. It may suffice in difficult situations, but generally it is destructive. When it's chronic, the way of mastery represents the pathology of will. It's very ego-centered, it's very controlling, and it's also very oppressive. In this mode, we are at the world rather than with it. Probably lurking in this attitude and manner is also an anxious striving not to be overcome by the world. Willfulness implies anxiety and fear. That if I don't make my idea, my project stick, then I'm a failure, I will fall apart, I will lose my identity. Willful people tend to be very judgmental. Judgmentalism tends to be autobiographical. When you feel inclined to pass judgment on another person, I suggest just bite your tongue and say, what is it about me that I'm saying about them? Judgmentalism is a self-manifestation. Very often with willfulness, and this gets back to what we were talking about earlier, Declan, and I think the focus on the crucifixion almost inevitably invites willful behaviour and a willful pursuit of perfection, so-called, a willful pursuit of holiness, which often happened, I think, where there were clear rules, clear structures, a clear regimen of life. You could, as it were, apply yourself, use willpower to make it happen, and you had this sense of triumph, this sense of victory, that you'd won. You'd be very proud of yourself because you acquired humility this month, and you're going to work on patience next month, and so forth. For the willful person, life is typically seen as black and white. You are either a master or a victim, a winner or a loser. It's not so much part of our language here, but it is in the United States. So-and-so is a loser. Terrible thing to say about a human being. And it, as it were, puts people into two categories. Either you are being willful and winning, or you're being willless and you're losing. I don't know whether any of you saw on YouTube recently a lecture by Alain de Botton on success. I've got the hyperlink there, I'll bring it down later. But he makes the point about the so-called meritocracy. And the idea of meritocracy is basically a good one. It comes out of the Enlightenment, namely, people shouldn't be given a place in society because they're born into aristocracy. You should earn it. If you work hard enough, you're clever enough, you're bright enough, you merit where you get. But he said the unfortunate dark side of that is, and it's rampant in the United States, and I think it's not so much present here, but I think it is present, that those who make it look on those who can't make it or don't make it as losers. I deserve my place in the system. I deserve my $100 million a year. And you'll hear it said time and again in the United States. You know, the unemployed are unemployed because they want to be unemployed. They don't deserve our care. And they are very, very severe in terms of social security and welfare payments and so forth. You couldn't accuse the United States of being a welfare state. A friend of mine who's an American, Marion Old Priest, said, we tend to be very self-righteous here in this country. You Australians tend to be very self-deprecating. And maybe that self-deprecating spirit is a good thing. It's a very good thing, I suspect. The model for the pictorial way of showing the mastery mode is the self on top of people, events and things. The victim mode, and it's so easy to set up the victim mode when everyone's trying to be masters, because not everybody, if the two options are mastery and victim, not everybody's going to be a master, so the only option you've got is to be a victim. And on the top of page 13 there, that's the situation where the world of people, events and things should be in that box there with world, is on top of me. It's too much. I wonder whether a lot of our experience of depression, the so-called epidemic of depression in the Western world, has something to do with this. We set up a life task that is the equivalent of organised despair. We tell our young people, you can be whatever you want. You can do whatever you like. And they can't. Not and be happy. And there's a sense in which they are driven to pursue material things as if that was where they were going to find the more than that satisfied them. And they end up feeling victims, it seems to me, and feeling impotent in the face of life's big challenges. You know, in the 1998 ABS statistics, they were recording that over a given year at that time in Australia, males and females between the ages of 15 and 24 were attempting suicide at the rate of 100 a day in Australia. Now, when I was a kid growing up, we did not attempt suicide. Now, don't tell me we just didn't hear about it. It didn't happen. I remember coming home on the bus one day from high school, and we passed a little chalk blue prefect parked on the side of the road at a village called Pimlico. And there's, oh, that's Loey's old man's car there. What we didn't realise, or what we found out the next day, and what we all knew very quickly, was Loey's old man's brains were all over the ceiling of the car. He'd done what was not uncommon, wasn't common, but it happened amongst farmers, that they committed suicide. We all knew that. Nobody hid that. When kids got sick, we all knew that. But kids did not commit suicide in those days. There may have been someone. Why do 100, I'm talking 15 to 24-year-olds, why do they say to our culture, I don't want to be part of Australia. I don't want to be part of this society? It's something worth looking at. I heard a conversation on ABC radio about, 10 or 12 years ago now, and this man had headed up a government committee on teenage suicide. And he began by saying, we note that in Italy and Greece and Spain, they don't have anywhere near the same rates of suicide amongst young people. He went on to say, we think it's got something to do with family ties and religion. And then he went on to totally ignore that as a factor in the equation. I felt like bringing up and saying, hang on, bring that back on stage and let's have a look at it. Is there something missing in the Australian culture? What is the cultural issue? What's actually happening? Now, I'm not saying this explains it, but to set up an environment which is so materialistic and so focused on looking after yourself and individualism, it defies what's basic to my being, which is about relationship. Whether I realise it or not, I want to love and be loved. In the end, I don't want a new Porsche, or a second Porsche, or a Merc with my Porsche. or 3 homes, or... Yeah, I like those things, but what the human heart cries out for is to love and be loved. And if we are denied what is most basic to us, it is not surprising that we act in ways that are destructive. I think I might leave it there, actually. Is there any comment or question? One observation which is found in the first epigraph there is, if you leave God out of the picture, if culturally God is absent, then Friedrich Nietzsche, who was one of the great progenitors of the God is dead debate, who coined the phrase, he said, you will find God nowhere. You must either deny God or create it. Take the divine out of the picture, and that leaves human beings contending with that which they can't contend with in the end. Was it Voltaire said if God didn't exist, we'd have to create him? It's too much to live the life that we're asked to live if we don't have the sense of I am with you. And I rather suspect that those who, ironically and tragically, who fall out of the system might be those who actually feel that, have enough vulnerability and honesty to recognise it.